Alright, starting a brand new recording here. To tell you the truth, military stuff is weird. Alright? Like, there's an obvious order of command hierarchy structure that doesn't really ever play well with the vast majority of what people consider a peacetime. Except for the fact that peacetime almost always does well with some degree of authoritarian type of deal going on to help make sure to maintain certain things being there so everybody has all that they should have. Problem is, it's the heroes versus the villains trying to take everything and not give them enough. That type of mentality doesn't really play well, because it's more nuanced than that. Okay? There's emotions, sure. There's actual resource, sure. You need to actually look into it if it's a resource, yeah. There's what could be done better, what should be done better, what can be done later better, and so on for now, and ultimately, who has to do what to get something done. That's a big deal. Alright? People tend to forget pretty quickly that that's an involved process that takes time. There's the very fact that as much as you might not like a parent parenting you, sometimes the parent parenting you helps the whole thing work better. You know? And then the parent can take advantage of you. Yeah. And it's like, who watches the parents? You know, that standard rhetoric. Like, checks and balances. Right? Can't just expect them to be nice like I am. Have good intentions and do as best they can for that given outcome, knowing full well that they can't do it perfectly. You know, like, you can't really do that for every one of them, obviously. So, what's it turn into? The best you can do, right? The whole everybody can watch them and call them on something and ultimately prevent them from doing something, right? Power to the people. That's the democracy aspect. The problem is that we made it such that we don't really have a democracy. We have a representation. It's not democracy. It's a democratic republic. People represent us, which isn't really true. Okay? Not our true selves. A real democracy means that you have to put a lot more effort in having those people know when ultimately they're looking at something bad or good or what to change or what's a solution and all the rest. It's like military is a weird one, because for what it's worth, they often do something like that and have to call each other on their shit, but then there's a point where the command structure can take advantage of the soldiers, or other soldiers for that matter, to other soldiers. It's very dangerous. No one does it perfectly. That's why I hear people and they're like, no, that's such a big risk. I'm like, you accept all these other risks. You know what I mean? Like, you do, for real. Like, you definitely take on a lot of other risks every dang day. You don't even know it. So normal. You accept that there's this loss. You accept that there's this amount of abuse. You accept that there's this amount of power. You know what I mean? Like, you do that every day. Some of you accept it more than others. Some of you want it to change. Some of you have better ideas for that change. Some of you have better ways of being able to make their solutions happen. It's all a bunch of stuff that you have to do and know about. And then you have to also take in not just that, but then do everything you can to also understand, hey, just because this person might even acknowledge your stuff might be better, they're still a person that wants to fight for their side. And you know, they put a lot of effort into that. And despite what they might initially think for me, if they were to listen to all of my YouTube, they might not understand. I don't go after them for their stuff. I go after people that took my stuff, people that pretended that they knew something, people that challenged me, people that were being mean, harassing, abusive bully dickwads. They'll go after you. If you know something, I want to know. Because that could be a huge change and make everything better. You know what I mean? Like, that could be a huge, like, plus, a positive, you know? And you never know where that might come from. Uh, it turns into, like, you have to understand how to balance things. Thanks to ultimately how much we believe that we've figured something out, but that balance doesn't work for these other things. Okay? And they might have this solution that makes that balance now suddenly happen and work, which is great. And if you don't know about it, then you're fucked. Engine balancing. Yeah. You know, most of my engine balancing is all crankshaft and definitely like positioning. Alright, of the V angle or any of it, right? Like, it's all a bunch of tricks. Like, I got a double wrist pin, 4 double wrist pin on one of my things, and the other half doesn't get it. I've got a weirdly odd, like, connecting rod to the crankshaft for that fucker to work, right? But it works, so beautiful, right? I love it. I love the sound of it. But it's a trick. It's a very specific trick. It runs beautifully. It's super balanced. All those things. But it's a trick. So it works. So it works beautifully. But I need double wrist pins. I need an odd freaking connecting rod for 4 of them. I need an odd length for 4 of them. I need an entirely different setup for my heads. My crankshaft, you know what I mean? Had to be made, or well, yeah, made, but like modified really, to work with that setup. You know? It boggles the mind for what it's worth, and it's beautifully working. Yeah, sure. But if you were to do that with people that don't know a thing or two, and yeah, everything seems to work, great. But they'll get it in their head that this is odd and that doesn't make sense, and why would you put this effort, and that seems like so much work for this thing. You could just strap on an entirely different setup and just put a harmonic balancer and boom, works, right? It's cheaper, right? Well, yeah. Yeah, it would be. Yeah. Right. Absolutely. Now, are you going to get that level of performance out of it? No. Are you eventually going to be annoyed because it's not as balanced? Probably not. But, like, there are going to be things that you have to repair more often. Yup. You know what I mean? All those little freaking niggly wiggly details. Finessing. Refinements. Mean a huge amount. And then there's tuning that you have to do every step of the way. Right? And it's like, yeah, balancing is weird. Why would you go so far to try and balance with those little solutions? You could just put it here. You could just do that. You could just... Right, because that damn engine is 2 inline 4s you strapped a Frankenstein-like way of putting them together, you know? Yeah. And it's still 2.4 liter. It's like, why would you do that? You could just get a bigger fucking engine. Right? Right. But it's like, that's the thing. You don't have a bigger engine. You know what I mean? Like, that application totally doesn't make sense for the vast majority of people, right? Except this is like, well, you know, I got the inline 4, and it worked, right? It's like, alright. It's like, man, I want to get another inline 4. And then you start thinking about it, it's like, why would they get a bigger engine? Right? But it's like, an inline 4 fell into your lap. Basically the same one. Well, yeah, I was going to use it for parts anyways. Exactly. I was going to use it for parts anyways. Fuck it. Right? Like, for what it's worth, right? Why wouldn't you? Save it for redundancy. Makes total sense. You would absolutely think, like, man, you know, it's not that bad. Right? Yes, I got a block, I got another crank, I got this. Fuck. That's right, I had to get this other crank. But, yeah. No, think about it. It's like immediately it turned into, fuck. Because, like, this originally came with this. I had this other crank. It's like I'm going to already start trying to repair it to something else, right? And it kind of basically came with the damn thing. It's like, where am I put this? Right? Where am I put this? This doesn't make sense. I got these other two here, but I don't need them. Really, realistically. Wait, what? See how fast it switched? I didn't even consider not. Why would you? You can stick it together. There's nothing saying you can't stick it together. It absolutely will work. 100% it will work. You can make that run a hell of a lot more than the standard little car engine that you had before. Like immediately the brain goes, well, I have a 1.2 and 1.2 and I have like a 2.4. I can totally make that work. There's nothing saying I can't make this work. Like there's, fuck. And that's the fuck. I know what this really means. Like I really know what it is. Like, you know what I mean? I know what it is. I know what it is. It's like, alright, well I have to stick this together like this. For sure I have to. There's no way I can't not. I have to do this, I have to do that. And it's already off to the races, right? Right? And it's like, how do I fucking get my inline 4, the exhaust, by the way? It's like, no, because I have to put it right next to it. Right? Yeah, but it's like, that's to turn an inline 4 and an inline 4 into a V8. I have to get the exhaust part of that to suddenly become my intake. That's fine. I mean, it's just timing. Exactly. It's just timing. Intake can still be that exhaust port. But I want it to be bigger. It's like, oh yeah, no, for sure. You can still make it bigger. Yeah, they have kits like that. Wait, what? Yep, they have kits out there. Can I swap like move it, like can I swap around? Yeah, that might be a total solution too. If you have it as symmetrical as it's necessary to be, then that coolant line will run into coolant line, that oil will run into the oil. So long as those lines and the holes, and you plug them up the right way, are something that you can ultimately stick where you need to for the gaskets that you'll have. But here's a little trick. Move the engine block reverse. Rear and front are the same. An engine block's the engine block. Wait, what? Yeah. See? They're both the same way. Flip it 180. What do you know? That'll work just fine. It's good to go. It's like we're talking about the military. That's how the military does things. What? That's how the military, that's the government, that's how a lot of things do things to make something happen. It's like, man, I got this old tank, and man, I got this old gun, man, I got the. I could do this, I could do that, I could do that. And you know what? This could work. It's like authoritarian, totalitarian, kings, right, queens, all this. Yeah. Well, say what you want, but man, some of them did get some good shit done. They really made, like, positive things happen. Yeah, but not every one of them. No, and they definitely need checks and balances. You know what I mean? So it's like, same thing, right? Right. It's like, alright, well, I have a 1.2 and a 1.2. I can just move, move that over. And then I've got a 2.4 crankshaft. I have the pan. They don't have the engine block. No kidding, right? And I'm kind of glad because, truthfully, I would have tried to use that instead. This is a way more fun project. No kidding. Yeah. I can get some hardened steel. I can cut that. I have an angle grinder. I can make this work. Here's my intake on one side. Here's the intake on the other. I just have to swap. Or the camshaft ultimately runs to. Because remember, if I swap the engine block that way, I have to ultimately swap the camshaft for the dual overhead cams that I've got into the correct spot. Yeah, but that just means valve cover and some grinding and then some filling it in over here. And I was already going to do port and polishing anyways, so let's go. Exactly. Well, now that's done. And it's like, oh, what do you know? Right? Now we have to find the right V angle. It's like we're already thinking about what V angle. It's like, what V angle are we going to really do? Because we want it to be a little wider, right? And get lower down to where the car is to get a better center of gravity. Really give it that, oomph. Stick to the road, the mechanical advantage that you're looking for, right? It's like, alright, so it's like, this is the V angle, but like, truthfully, these are going to stick together like this, because this is the crankshaft, and that means we can't really use that V angle. Nope, and we have to have that be a little bit further forward, and that be a little bit further rear. Okay, and it's like, alright, so what does that mean? The simplest solution is always the best. Keep it stupidly simple. Stick it to a potato. That's right. That means that wider V angle has to change. Right? Right. And so we have to play with that angle. So, there are these things where they can put 2 wrist pins onto a head of a piston. And they have odd connecting rods for the piston heads that have them shifted over and offset a little bit. As a result, that means we can get different angles to play with. So if you use double wrist pins in one and odd angles at another, that are a little more either angled inward, kind of like your wrist is already over, or they're already, as in like you're trying to do a flex, where it's angled towards your bicep, or you're trying to angle it away towards your forearm, right? Yeah. Now if you play with that, and one bank has a double wrist pin, the other has the offset connecting rod, you now have a place to put that connecting rod at a different angle, with the crankshaft being closer to the 2 engines, which changes its balance big time. Yeah. Okay. Now we have to get them close enough. Since we're already going to buy connecting rods, that means we need them to be thinner. Alright? We probably want them to be a little stronger. This is a forged steel crankshaft. This is going to take some abuse. This could take a lot of abuse before we ever have to fucking do anything to it. Yeah. So, let's get that forged steel. We're already changing out the piston heads. But, yeah, if we're going to go that far, we're getting connecting rods, double wrist pins, a different length. We need to test. It's like, let's get the engine blocks where we think we're going to be. Let's figure out everything that we can. But since we're going to do that, let's do it right. No, we're committed. We are committed. We're doing it. So we're going to sleeve. We're going to burrow out a little bit, and we're going to sleeve these engine blocks. We're going to put diamond-like carbon ceramic on the inside. We're going to use hardened steel. We're going to lighten it up a little bit on the outsides, and we're going to bore out some of the coolant and oil lines, so that way we get more performance. Since we're already going to get new connecting rods, we're already going to do all these things. They're old. I mean, if we're going to do all that money anyways, we either have the shot to make an entirely new engine here, or we'll just buy a new one. It's a lot more fun to make a new one than it is to buy something. Sure as fuck is. Let's go do it. This is a project. Let's go. Alright, so we get this, we do that, right? We got a brand new clutch. We found off some motherfuckers, old ass, but still very good. It's old ass to us, you know, but still very good sports car. Brand new clutch because the guy crashed it, basically. It was like, now we're starting to get all the pieces together for suspension, the all-wheel drive, all the rest of it. They're ready to start shipping some of those connecting rods. You know what I mean? We got the double wristband coming in. We've just completed the final, after a little bit of research development, into our sleeves here. We got the diamond like carbon ceramic. We got it baked in. We got it. Oh yeah, it's good, right? It's like, all right, we put it up together. Yeah, we built it in. All right, it's like it's strapped in. It's studded. All right, bolted, all of it. It's like we're just waiting to assemble the darn thing. We've already altered the ports. We've already changed how our camshaft timing works. We've gotten better timing or duration. We've got it, right? We've got better coolant. We've got valve cover vents because we're planning on doing force induction later. Eventually found a force induction. Hey, we're going to do super turbo. Get out that super turbo. We found some more larger injectors because sport injection all day. We drilled and tapped these fucking heads for 3. One standard spark plug and then 2 non-standard ones that fire into it using the little Formula 1 tech that we learned about. You know what I mean? We put a rod on those camshafts to give us different timings for scavenging and a little more advanced, a little more duration, a little more lift. You know what I mean? Right? Automatic. It's like, we've got the connecting rods finally. Alright, we built them. Well, they built them. We got them in, right? We're going to a balancing shop. They're like, what the fuck is this? I know, right? But like, dude, gotta balance it. How much? Well, however far we can get it to. Alright. It's like, woo, we're gonna knife edge. And then we're like, no, we're gonna do a weird teardrop swirl edge. What? Yeah, no. Blunt tip teardrop at the leading edge, and then it teardrops and swirls off, kind of like into a little point, right? And it's like, it's cool shit with little wave guides, yeah, right? Works. It's working really well. Okay. It's like, all right. Why would you do that? Because of the way we balanced it. I have to kind of do it for the best results for that reduction of weight to the greatest performance of that weight for the given application that we have. Lots of calculation. We have the time. Screw it. Screw it. We have the time. So it's like, alright, we got it done. It's balanced just fine. Beautifully. A little bit of weight here, a little bit less there. You know what I mean? It's time to stick on those heads. Got the new piston heads. Built them ourselves. Got them all ground down to the right size. Got the new piston rings. Got the force induction. We're getting there, right? It's like, why? For a 2.4 liter V8? You wouldn't understand the project, the balancing, right? It's like, there's a lot of performance on the table. Ooh, yeah, there is. A lot. A lot. It's about to get real spicy up in here. Because we did work on those heads, right? We did work on that intake manifold. We did work on that water to air and air to air. We did work on everything. We did work on everything we could really do. We stuck it all back together, and we're going to have fun. Right? Time to have fun. Okay. But you didn't. No, no, we had fun. It fired up. Took a little bit, but it fired up. We already pretty much knew where our parameters were for air fuel ratios, for the given PSIs and everything else that we were looking for. You know what I mean? We still have to go to an engine tuner. We still have to go through all that we need to. We still have to carve a little bit more out of the gears. We still have to carve a little bit more out of our axles and everything else, get everything else balanced. But we're going to go get that done. We're going to go to an engine tuner. Now, after we get everything balanced, because we need to, we need the brakes. Still got to get those brakes done, unfortunately. We've been building that for a little bit. Once we got that, went to the engine tuner, got everything balanced, we hit phenomenal numbers out of a fucking 2.4 liter. A 2.4 liter easily hit 500 foot-pounds of torque, well past that 500 horsepower. I got up into 800 horsepower. Insane, right? Not really, though, for a forced crankshaft and the gears we have and all the lightning and all the things. Totally nominal, optimal, and then normal, yeah. Because we optimized all that we could. A 1.2, a 2.4, you know what I mean? I get a 2.4 inline 4 or a 2.4 V8, and it was not going to do that. No, it isn't. Not the way that you're going to get it. See what I'm saying? Like, you didn't balance it that way. You didn't, make sure that it had very low friction. You didn't make sure that you kept its heat where it needs to be. You didn't make sure you did the best timing you could really do. You didn't make sure that you could do all that you could really do. Every step of the way. You didn't make sure that, yeah, sure, while it's heavy, most of the weight is all down low. You didn't make sure that you covered your ass every step of the way by sleeving it, by putting real hard. You got also the piston head skirts, also got that diamond like carbon, right? Polycrystalline diamond like carbon, right? Sorry, I gotta be honest about that. Yeah, but we got it done. We got the oil, we got all of it that we could get done. We got cooling, everything, right? We got great fuel, decent little octane. We made our own little ethanol blend into our own little, gasoline. You know, right? Yeah. It's like we filtered it. Yep. We had to go with regular gas from, regular gas station, but we're able to put in our own ethanol because we could do that. Exactly. That's a fuel blend, right? But it worked exceedingly well. E10 can do a lot more PSI than you think, and it cools off those heads a lot more, especially when we can actually, turns out, still put that polycrystalline diamond-like carbon on the top of those heads and on our way more angled valves that we're using that effectively come in almost as like a vertical in a way. Yeah. They come out the duck foot. You know what I mean? Yeah. Swirl in, get the job done, get the hell out with the exhaust, fucking holy hell. These piston heads, super cool. Piston head also has the nice little, just because it's forged high carbon steel, right? It's like no, but actually, we don't want it to really get too hot. So we're gonna put on that diamond like carbon mixed in with a heat resistant. So polycrystalline diamond like carbon, because if we have to buy it, we're gonna have to put on everything, right? Yeah. So, or we have to make it. Yeah, exactly. If we have to buy and make no kidding. Yeah. But it's like we have to add in the heat resistant ceramic. We have to plate it. We have to compress plate it. All that. We have to get it to stick in. It's like we had to do it. It's like we got it done, right? Sure did. It was same thing with the top of those heads. It's like it's not just that carbon that's there because it doesn't receive a lot of friction. So it's like, it's a way better option to just make it very heat resistant, right? Hey. So we opened up the cooling areas for the valve stems. We opened up, some of the cooling areas for the heads. You know, we have to because that's where our intake is, because our, intake manifold and our top of the heads are where our coolant comes in first, and then it spreads out, and then we take it into where our pump is, because it's fine. You know what I mean? So it's like, all right, that'll work, right? And it's like, yeah, absolutely. We have to connect them, sure, but that's fine. You know what I mean? Because like I can connect both sides of the engine to have its coolant run through with the girdle kind of hardened steel, bottom that we have to have for both the engines to come and ultimately be used together, right? Yeah, okay, well, yeah. And then I also have to have it come in from the sides. Well, mostly from the tops. So it's like it's a bifurcated top that comes out from a bifurcated bottom that I then have to combine into one, which is fine because I can pump that through the one pump, yeah, which has multiple dry sumps, just which actually isn't multiple, it's the one, but then it's like redundancy kind of stuff. He's all about redundancy. You have no idea. Like I could like reduce probably 30-40 pounds if I got rid of my redundancy stuff here, because I have electric motors and a whole bunch of like, hey, if this gets seen as this for circuit design, mechanical circuit design, it goes off to this or that, electromechanical, really. Yeah. So it's like, oh, this coolant pump will now suddenly run, or this, or that, or that. You know what I mean? Yeah. But it's like works really well, and it's like, oh, guess what? The dude tells us it's balanced to over 25K. Like extraordinarily well balanced. It's like our valves can do it. That's valve springs with air, pressurized air, right? With the buckets we're using. It's like, do we want to do it? It's like, do you want to have valve float? It's like, we're not gonna have valve float. It's like, we're gonna have valve float, but it's like that's a lot of extra air and fuel. It's like, it's already 500 foot-pounds of torque, already 800 fucking 73, 75. You know what I mean? Horsies. Now, granted, I get maximum more because I can hit about 712 foot-pounds of torque at the very top end of its torque where we hit it as a standard 2 to 5 kind of K run. Ah, it weighs like next to nothing compared to other engines. Right? Yeah. Those sleeves are good. The sleeves are fine. They're hardened steel and all that. And they're fairly thick ish. Yeah. It's not really about that. Really? The blocks are different. Like, we have to support them from the sides and the inside of the V, along with the manifold itself being a supportive member, along with the chassis, the car chassis itself being a supportive member to the engine blocks. Ah, yeah. It's hardened steel. Why? Because it's worth it. You're gonna want to harden that steel. Yeah, it's just worth it. It's a fucking quarter inch. Yeah, quarter inch to a half inch. So it's like a half inch at the girdle area. I had to. Quarter inch in some of the others, and then an eighth inch in some of the others, which instead of hardened steel, it's just regular steel. Yeah. So it's like an exoskeleton. That's a way to put it. The way to put it is like the manifold itself is like another aluminum kind of thing with a little bit of steel inside for some of the areas. and then like the outside and inside. It's like the outside, the exhaust ports are of the V are connected to the outside again, not inside, so outside, but of the other engine block bank with that girdle. Yeah, and then the inside intake, yeah, another version of connected to the inside. Yeah, towards the bottom. Yeah, except I forgot what the difference here was from that. So it's like there's a way to do this that's different than that I think we ended up going with. Why? Because it's like if I have the exhaust connected towards, well, yeah, the other exhaust area. No, no, I can't do that. Wait, what? No, I know you would think. You're right. Yeah. Uh, no, because it's not actually worth it. If you use the tension of the rotation of the crank, then it'll actually be stiffer. Right. So it's basically an alternating. Yeah, so exhaust is outside, but then also inside, and one of the inside where the intake manifold is outside and also inside. So it's like that way it's stiffer, but then we have, because it's one cylinder bank is a little bit further forward than the other, right? We have to have that connect from that rear and at that front to be for pulleys as well, but also for our coolant to come out and in, alright? Oh, yeah, we have to have attachment points for the coolant. So that way we'd have our own bifurcation manifold. And that's what we ended up doing. It's like it's part of the chassis for the engine mounts, but then also the manifold and then the girdle sort of exoskeleton, yeah, but it's not quite an exoskeleton, is it? No. But we carved the shit out of that. Oh yeah, these little diamonds. Like you kind of have to do that. So like the diamonds for the blocks, yeah, of the engine blocks. Yeah, we have to carve that and the inside of the valve. Well, at the tops, for where the camshafts are. Which the camshafts, because we have to place them elsewhere, anyways, need to be done that way. So it's like this lightens weight, but it also strengthens it because of the way it happens to spread its load over those diamond patterns when done correctly in the right areas. So it's like we lightened the weight, but then we actually strengthened the covers by doing that, by stiffening it. Yeah. Right? And it's like, that's normally not ever done. It's like, yeah, no, it's a technique from NASA. They used to use it on their old Bell Inn, their rocket ship, like little areas where all the exhaust come out. It's like, yeah, we would do that. But you have to do it in other areas. Yeah, on the top. You can't do it on the bottom. You can't do it on the port areas. Right, you have to do it on the inside and outside, and the front and the rear of the engine block. So it's like inside of where the manifold area is, outside where the exhaust ports are, and then the front and rear. If you don't do it right, you end up weakening the block. So it's like you have to do it a specific way to actually make that work. So you need to stiffen it, but it also lightens it. But then that lightening in the right areas then gets shored up to make it even stiffer by having a basically, yeah, that's why it's hardened. Then we have the little girdle, but it's like more of a strapping both engine, like, yeah, to it, and then that's where the crankshaft lives, and that's why we have different connecting rod links and angles for a potato V8 that's a cross spring that then fires actually like a screamer. Boom, boom, a little bit, boom, boom, a little bit, boom, boom, a little bit, right, for the full rotation. So it's like potato, boom, boom, and then a little bit, boom, boom, bing, bing, screamer. Yep. It's beautiful. Works wonderful. I love it. And I got a lot more power out of it. I got a longer stroke out of it than I normally would have otherwise. For what it's worth, yeah, because of that angle. It's not so much the angle. It's more about the fact that I had to put a girdle that's a half fucking inch on it. Yeah, right. Which is the reason why it's so high up and so close between the two. Which is like that in between has to have its own cover there to allow for the connections between the two and to have coolant and oil flow properly. And then we have squirters in the girdle that rotate a valve. So it's like we have these little valve rods that rotate, that have pressure that's there. The moment it opens, it's at its bottom dead center and it fires it off into the bottom piston skirt. Yep. Then we have the little Peltier, those little like turbines. It goes in and it goes backwards, right? Right. Full 180 tries to impart all of its stuff. Yeah. So the pan got changed to have some of that there, so that way it would fire it into where the connecting rod bearing area is. Ah. So it's like really strong, insanely strong engine, right? But it's like I didn't really need to add that much steel. Like the half inch, a quarter would have been fine. An eighth probably would have done it. But it's like, yeah, but you know, I don't know. We had to carve out a lot of decent amount of it for what it's worth. Yeah, I know. Really? Yeah, yeah. Wait, what? Yeah, we had to. Remember the whole like diamond thing? It's another version of that, but then in order for us to have that girdle have like a rib cage and a top pan and bottom pan that has like the oil come through with those rods, then it's like, fuck, yeah, I'd rather it be a little bit thicker. Yeah, and we're gonna carve out most of it. Yeah, okay. For, well, half inch, this, we have to bend it, and then we have to, like, basically take off this plate, that, you know what I mean? Yeah. Well, you have to start it off as a half inch, because, like, the half inch tubes are going to be there, which aren't really, though, but they're like, yeah. Right. Thanks. I know, yeah. Fuck. That was the whole other thing, because, like, it's hardened steel that we're working with. And we have to get out the tools that are gonna, and as we bend them, and we have to reharden them, and then you said temper, we have to do a little temper. Yeah, nitrate temper. Good old nitrate temper, make it harder, but then softer on the inside. Pretty much, yeah. Really? Well, truthfully, it's a weird thing. So it's like the outside's gonna be harder. There's technically a softer inside, but then the very core is harder now because we're gonna shrink it in liquid nitrogen, right? Oh, yeah. And so it's like that gets compressed, and then it becomes even stiffer. But then it has a soft inner with a hard exo and a hard core. Right. Yeah. Which means we're able to carve out the harder core a little, which is where our oil is going to go anyways, to then be able to squirt through it. It's going to be hard enough. We just have to rifle it, which is what we ended up doing to allow for the bearings that we have, but also for it to be lighter and stiffer. Because we can carve out a little bit more that way, but also get a little bit stiffer. Yep. Get a little more oil flow through. Yep. Sure can, yeah. I've invested here a while back, huh? It's not like the. It was a fun project. You know what I mean? It was a fun project. You said 700 and what was it? Basically 700 foot-pounds of torque. Yeah, no, 710, 712 foot-pounds of torque. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, at its top. And yeah. It's like 500 foot-pounds of torque, but 800 or something, you know, yeah. And a tiny little 2.4 liter. Yeah, yeah, super fun. It's a little, sleeved, aluminum block. I did a little work to it. With my daughter, my wife. You know what I mean? My friends. We all work together. Woo! Yeah, we had a fun one. We had a real fun one doing that one, ripping around the track. Oh, really? Oh, hell yeah! It was a project for me and them. It was worth it. But again, we're talking about balancing people, systems, hierarchies, structure. All so it works as best as possible. You know what I mean? Like, stick on that harmonic balancer. It's like, yeah, or. What if I get a different cylinder bank? What if I just get, like, a second cylinder bank out of nowhere and I get, like, a force hardened, steel crankshaft? Like, what would have happened? Like, could I do that? I mean, they're still the same amount. I got a compressor now with a turbine, and I could stick a pulley onto it. Yeah, that's how you made the thing a super turbo. Yes, I did. It's a much bigger turbo than it would have ever been, but I can stick an axle to it, like a standard axle, that I can get the darn thing balanced. I could heat shield it on one side, get the pulley, and then that's a clutch that I have disengage at a specific RPM with the crankshaft sensor, which we have 3 for redundancy. We have an Adreno, yeah. An Adreno with a couple of Raspberry Pis specifically strapped to it with open source software for ECU. Yeah, timing, engine management for input. Yeah, totally worked. Worked beautifully well. How beautifully well. We didn't have issues for that. Like, we just had to make sure to program it a little bit better for timing management, ECU. It worked well enough for going to engine tuner. You know what I mean? That we came in with it with more fuel than I did when I first talked about it. Right, because you were going to use originally just the standard inline 4. Yeah, yeah, no, but it's like, yeah, can't really do that. No. We got we actually, I know, an old Ford, the original V8s that they had, right? They had like a fucking, I forget what it was, but they had an old V8 that was in the 90s that had electronic fuel injection. Well, they were using the truck no more, and they were willing to sell us those fuel injectors. We cleaned them up, shined them up, made them work again. Worked out, Yeah! It worked! They worked, I know. No, but they did, I know. How well? Hey, how much? Oh, for the engine? Oh, together? Oh, all of it. Yeah, well, we got the other engine block for free, and the crankshaft for free, and the pan for free. So, like, that one was fine. Like, we already had tools for, carving out and then welding some stuff, right? And milling it to get it flat and to the right tolerances. making sure everything would work. Same thing with porting and polishing, changing out the sizing was a little bit different, but it turns out like we were able to 3D print that because we had those tools, and then we were able to structure it with a little bit more stiffer material with aluminum. Yeah, sheet aluminum. Yeah. Oh, like really what we paid for was the connecting rods more than anything, and the double wrist pins. The heads we kind of were able to do ourselves. We already had a bunch of hardened steel anyways. Oh really? Yeah. Oh, no kidding. Yeah, those fuckers. You have no idea how much I got into different ways of casting and forging. You remember the turbines, like the wood fire stoves, cast all that, get up to tungsten or whatever, right? There's a reason why that exists. Like it turned a whole thing into like, well, we had to carve out all this, and then all these chips are not doing anything. So hardened steel chips and freaking chunks of ah, might as well make use of it. Yeah, that's pretty much what that was. It was like, alright, well, I guess we're forging and we're casting, then we're gonna fucking squeeze it into that cast, and then we're gonna like fire it in to a big old freaking thing that's gonna cast it into an even flatter thing that's hot underneath that sucks it in and then seals into it, removing the porosity, and then we squeeze it through a bunch of these rollers that are ceramic and like basically they're ceramic that's cooled drum ceramic, yeah, with a bunch of aluminum sheet that's in the inside. Wait. On the inside, but we have to make them have structure, so it's like we have to make a bunch of diamond and triangle structures that fit this drum so that way we could squeeze it. So it's like we got hydraulic fluid that runs through to make it even stiffer and stronger, but then we also have that's there so that way we can roll it that way using hydraulic pressure, but also keep it stiff and cold, right? It's a lot less work that way, yeah. Wait, what? Yeah, no, I mean, this rocket stove goes down, we squeeze it in, then immediately it starts rolling, it comes out as the sheet steel that you're looking for. Yep. Hardened already. Pretty close, yeah, actually, it should be hardened. You know what I mean? It should be. It's cold. Like, we come in with it being a far colder drum as we squeeze it, and it has to lose a lot of heat doing that. We made specific molds so that way as you squeezed it, it would come out as a specific sheet to more easily form into what we needed. Yeah, we had to. It was ridiculous after a point. Yeah, that's how you got your steel sleeves, huh? Some of them, yeah. Yeah, like for what it's worth, yeah, that's how we did that. Oh, this is mostly for the heads. The sheets were mostly for the piston heads. Yeah. It's like we already had aluminum heads, and they were chunksters. Like stupendo big o chunkers. Big chungus. They're big chungus. Big chungus piston heads, yeah. But it's like, if we squeeze them through this, and that'll pressure form because it's a liquid at that point, aluminum. But it's pretty close actually. They're hot aluminum, but then we're gonna have this be very form moldy sheet steel, right? That's cut and already dimpled and already bent in a way as it went through our drum to help us form it around that and then forge it around and then seal it in like a two sheet kind of matrix and forge weld it and then squeeze it through with these little like rods, these little sheet or not sheet rods, stainless hardened steel little rods that would intersperse in between the top and bottom sheets and the piston head. So that way they had a way to squeeze out that then once it squeezed out, it would then forge together around that. It's composite metal. Yeah. It's like, yeah, no, then they're much smaller now. They are a thin sheet of very hardened steel, very light aluminum, because there's very low amounts of aluminum in there. We thought about trying to get rid of it, but it's like takes a while to fucking figure that one out, and it's like it's gonna ruin our tempering and everything, which is hardening and tempering to a degree, which we have to do a liquid nitrogen after a nitrate bath to reform and give it a pre-stressed, pre-fatigued, but also a nitrated hardened, and then we have a soft core. That whole thing basically really upgrade these fuckers. But it's like the skirt's only long in the right areas where it's going to basically be moving for its sides, and the other side is a shortened skirt on the other sides that has a little wave guide. So we have these little wave guides, so it's a little longer here, for one vertical, right? So towards our intake, towards the exhaust port, and then the other ones in between, those are shorter skirts that happen to have the other little wave guides. So it's actually just two little bumps, like a W, which is fine. Yeah. But it's like, the reason why we do that is because it reduces friction. Then we ultimately put polycrystalline diamond-like carbon, which is, well, we have to form the sleeves anyways. We have to roll them, we have to forge weld them, and we have to shock them and heat them up and all this other stuff with a lot of pressure. I guess we're getting out the diamond-like carbon, fucking shit. Yeah. Yeah, and it's like, might as well, push some electricity through it, might as well pressurize and then hit it with the right resonances to really give it even more pressure in those areas. And effectively, because it's polycrystalline diamond-like carbon at that point, and it's carbon, it'll form a weld to the hardened steel. Yep. Sleeve goes in, it's a little thinner, but it doesn't matter because it's effectively welded to polycrystalline diamond-like carbon, which is stupendously smooth, glassy, super, super smooth. Mirror, I'm not even kidding. It is that piano level black, fucking, oh yeah, shine, smooth. There's a different type of smooth here. Yeah, well, it's kind of like that, but we found out that it's like if you have a bunch of little points of contact that is very much meeting all the micrometers. You know what I mean? Like, you want it to be super smooth, but you don't want it to constantly grip on everything. So it's like you want certain types of rough spots that are like a little bit higher up, right? Well, yeah. And that way it skips off those, and they'll eventually wear down, and then the other ones will be a little bit higher, and then the other ones, but like we're talking like sub-micron, so nanos. You know what I mean? Right. So, anyways, it's still very glossy, but it's that little thing where it's like less friction now. Same thing with the piston heads. Like, we had to figure out how to do that because it's polycrystalline diamond-like carbon, but it's like that's a binder matrix when it fucking forms. Like, it'll form with very good insulating ceramic. Like, heat insulating ceramic is ridiculous to fucking stick, because you need a lot more heat. Turns out, if you use that carbon and then you layer it on top of it, you basically form a really strong bond with this that then has an interspersed, already itself basically mostly full of, you know, no, heat insulating ceramic. Why'd you keep ignoring that? Because I wanted to finish that before you got into it. Okay, most of the ceramics most people come in contact with are not heat insulating. Okay, like plates are not technically heat insulating, right? Or even spark plugs. Spark plugs aren't really heat insulating. So where do you find that? Anything that wants to insulate heat that's a ceramic is a bit of an annoying thing to find. So you usually just go to wherever you can to go find it. Like refractory material is usually good enough. Wait, what? They have for forging, right? They have refractory material that's heat insulating ceramic stuff. And if you happen to put that together with the carbon, it turns out it sticks pretty darn well, and it creates a very, very strong, insanely smooth surface that's very heat insulative. But, alright, and the top of the piston heads. Right, the heads are just port and polish, right? No, we changed the diameter and the angle and where our valves come out at. Why? Because we carved into them to do that. Intentionally, by the way. So that way, our air and fuel coming in will come in and rotate and vortex along the cylinder side walls. And another reason why we have this little dome-ish shape for our piston heads. Yeah, I know, like, the other ones, it's like, we did all this stuff, but it's like, it really didn't take as much as you would expect, considering how long we had to wait for connection rods. Yeah. It's like, we had time. Like, we're gonna wait for fucking 6, 7, 8 months, they were thinking like a year to get those damn things. Yeah. It was like, yeah, okay, well, you know what, I guess we're gonna do this then. Yeah. Might as well work on this. Might as well work on that. I mean, we're already going to get the crankshaft balanced. It's like, you know what I mean? We have to get the bearings. We have to get the bearing seals for the girdle. I mean, we're already going to put mock this up, right? Right? We're going to have to do the piston heads. We're going to have to do the heads of the fucking... We're getting it done, And it's like, we got it finished well before we got those connection rods, though. Like, for what it's worth. Yeah. Turns out it wasn't that bad, to get some of that done. That was like a 3 month ordeal to 6 months, really, if you really wanted to break it down for some of that stuff. Yeah, this is like we're getting into real finite little finessey details. You know, like the balancing for the counterweights. Right, like that was a finessey detail where we spent a pretty damn good large amount of time before we ever touched it. Like, it sucks to fucking grind on a counterweight because you can't really add much back, and it fucks up like its strength profile. Yeah, no, we can't drill into it. But you said you did. Well, we do a little. That was another finessey detail for what it's worth. Yeah, it's like we can't straight through like a camshaft. Like our camshafts, we rifled. Like we drilled through and re-rifled our camshafts. Yeah, yeah. No, we really did do that. Yeah. Like we put a couple of little holes in them where the lobes are, so that way we could balance them a little better. And we also got oil through. Yeah. They can spin real hard, real well. But it was like, alright, so we got to put a better bearing here. It's like, well, since we're already going to work on the camshaft, we're going to, do this swoopy type of edge to it, get the kind of like a blades of a turbine, you know what I mean? Like a fan blade, yeah. That's what it would look like. But it's like we have these little trailing off, wave guides. They kind of go off to a tip that's a little bit more blunt to slide them out, But we still need it to be a little knife edge, right? So it's going to be thinner, tapered to a point. Oh, but then you have wave guides at the trailing end. Yeah, is it like a trapezoid on the other side? Right, we have to have that too. Because it balances it slightly differently, but it also goes through the oil a lot better. So that's where we're playing with our angles so dramatically differently. Yeah. It's like it's really dependent on those angles. So it's like we'll play around with this girdle's angles. Like it's fine. The girdle is totally able to be bent a little bit more or a little less. Like, we can do that. So it's like, time to go do the whole, once we got them, it's like, this is roughly where we're at, because we got the crankshaft balanced, basically, right? And it's like, this is where the angles should be. They use their own connecting rod with our piston heads, and it should be roughly the same, weights. But then we got ours, and of course, we did our own little connection rod tune-up, I guess. A little modification. Remember the little diamond pattern that we talked about? Yeah. Same sort of a thing. We have to do diamond pattern carving in, and then like little holes that we put in to reduce weight, but also strengthen and stiffen where it needs that pressure and the stress and strain to be balanced. Yeah, like the dome of a hemisphere for like a building. So it's like the little hole allows for it to be supported by that. Right. Okay. So it's like, that's what I would do. Okay, but like, how long did that take? That was some computer simulations before we got them. So we're ready to kind of do it. Yeah. Really, it's like, we got some CAD work. We already know roughly what we're going to get, right? Yeah. So I guess we're going to have to just, like, kind of brute force it. Yeah, that was a lot of that. It's like physics simulator stuff. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, this is the material. This is what it's going to look like. This is it moving around. We're going to test it a little bit with some, 3D printed material, that we kind of like congealed, sort of pressed into after we got it 3D printed. So it's like we had a mold, and it's like squeeze it, and then it's like grind it all down, right? No, there's a little bit of a story there when it came down to like how we epoxied a little bit of it with some ceramic. Yeah, it's ceramic and steel. So it's like, it's old broken up glass dust, ceramic that's like broken up spark plugs, and some, fucking steel dust that we had. And with a little bit of plastic, it was able to effectively congeal into it as we press fit it into the size. So we made it a little bit bigger, kinda. Yeah, right. Yeah, because we need to be able to like have it then form mold that way, and be far stiffer with that in the external part of the piece. All right. And it's like, then we're gonna test it. So it's like, wait, what? Yeah, it's like, this is what it looks like. This is what it's roughly gonna be. So it's like, the mold that we made is already gonna be shaped into what it is we're gonna carve those things into. So we got it done. We had our fun. It's like, it looks like it's working. It looks like it's working pretty well, actually. Yeah. For what it's worth. At least for what we were not able to use before. Good way to put that is pretty obviously simple. We tested it on a little miniature thing. You know, we basically 3D printed in that time our own version of the very thing that we're building, just a miniature one. It's pretty close to 1-to-1. It's a 0.75. 0.75 of the total size. Yeah. Which, I mean, it's totally doable with what we had. Yeah. So it's just like, alright, let's do it. It's a working engine at that point. It's not a working engine. It is a testing engine. You 3D printed that. Yeah, but we can break it down and use it for anything else that we want. But yeah, did you ever test it? No. Wait, what? No, we never tested it. We never tested it with actual air and fuel and spark. That was never what that was about. It was like, we're going to pressurize it with air that we should see, okay, with a given like strength that we're looking for. Now, we tested it previously with the connecting rods that we were going to have, and the connecting rods that would be normal. And so like the connecting rods we were gonna have better, but would still fail. And then what we did with that connecting rod made it so that way it would succeed. Worked just fine. Right? Yeah. It's like, and that was fun. That's all we needed it for. We just needed to test to see if it actually did do an increase and did actually make something better. Right? So, and it does, and it did, which is great. Right? So it's like, once we got them, we were ready to immediately carve into them. Then we nitrated them. Then we liquid nitrogened them to harden, and they were already hardened and forged for what it was worth, but then we made them even harder, and then we made them even harder somewhat in a different way, and then we had to pre-stress fatigue. Okay, so a good way to put this is like, in order to nitrate, that takes heat, and that kind of gets rid of the forging, right? But it's like, it also hardens the outside, and then it also kind of, because it's already forged a bit, but during the liquid nitrogen phase, it's going to compress that and then ultimately re-harden to a degree. But then we still have to do a little bit of hardening and tempering in its own way to make that work, right? And so it's like, it's back to being forged. It's back to being, pre-stressed, and it knows what it is, as in this instance. It's not like, oh, you carved out my hardened or whatever, right? It's like, no, it knows it's built this way, made to be that way, kind of thing, right? So it's like, came in that way, and then we had this. It's like, it sounds like you could have made it yourself. And it's like, yeah, really? It's a lot harder to fucking make those things. You can imagine. Yeah, these things are rough. They are. Okay, connection rods are a bit of a bitch. Like, you can cast them and then you can try and forge them, but actually, truthfully, they are a bit of a bitch. It's a fucking genuine technique that they use. I've eventually learned how to do that, but it's like, yeah, no, there's a reason why we bought it. Yeah. Right, it's a lot harder than making a drum. I'll tell you that much. Yeah. Anyways, I got that done. We basically just modified them in a pretty decent way, you know, and then made sure that it was good to go. It wasn't a modification that was like, oh, there's a little bit of something. It looks like it wasn't professionally done. Well, it looks like it wasn't meant for that, that kind of thing. Like, now it looks like it was meant for that, right? Yeah. And so it's like, that's what it's for. We got it done. It works out. And then it's going to now be lighter, now be stronger, now be faster, now have less frictional losses. Like, our bearing journals were another version of the same thing. Like, we basically polycrystalline diamond-like carbon our bearing journal. Remember when we drilled into that? It's like, we drilled into that to help out with oiling. Standard performance stuff for a, crankshaft, right? Yeah. It was like, when we had to rifle it, then we had to then do a different type of rifling, because we had to make sure it didn't lose its hardness and its forge, right? So it's like, there's a whole bunch of weird technique that we had to do, where it was like, there's some nitrogen, but we don't really want nitrogen, but then we want actually and then this kind of heat, whole fucking kind of thing. It wasn't really a shit show though, because it was like, oh well, we already have this built. This is like, this basically just goes in there and does it like this, right? Because we were doing it with our camshafts, so it's like, it's just odd angles, effectively. Yeah, and a 5-axis kind of like CNC, like a little tiny CNC. Yeah, that would then also rifle as it would go through. And it's like, well, if we're gonna like reheat and then place on polycrystalline diamond-like carbon, you know what I mean? Yeah, just to fucking make it have less friction. That's what it is. It's less friction. It'll stand up to wear and tear for longer. Same thing with the bearings for the connecting rods. Like, I wanted that to last. Same thing for like how to get oil in from the connecting rod, area where the oil's supposed to get in. All of it's just meant to maintain it and last it, make it last for a lot longer. Yeah. So then it's like we had to nitrate it, and we had to do this, we had to, but it's like, yeah, except it doesn't take that long. When you're doing this, you can do that. I mean, that's gonna take a while anyway. So it's like, fucking, let's do this, and that's effectively what the kids and I did. It's a better way to put it. It's like, it's a couple of your daughters here. It's, well, it's true, and some wives too. Like, it was a real family project for what it was worth, and they were working on, like, the car, and a roll cage, and then, like, also the brakes, and all the rest of the stuff, because it's like, fucking, what else is there to do? You know what I mean? Like, might as well, right? Really? Yeah, I mean, we want to hang out, we want to have fun. It's a very good family bonding experience. Right. But, like, you didn't do the whole super fast thing. No, we took our time. But, like, I mean, we had like a year to really, yeah. It was like gonna take about a year. We got him in about a fucking year and a half. Like, to be fucking really frank about it, we had like almost nothing else to do. They were that slow. They were fairly slow. Well, you know what? They did their thing. That's for sure. Yeah. Oh, dude, they do. Connecting rods are great. The double wrist bends that we had to slightly alter too. We had to, like, figure out how to lessen the weight, but then strengthen it too. Whole thing. We got everything put together, all the way up until we had, like, the connecting rods as the last thing. And it's like, you know what? That polycrystalline diamond and all the rest of it can strengthen it. We can slightly shave down a little bit more, and so we did. Wait, what? Yeah, it can strengthen it. It's a fucking strong as fuck compound. Since we're already gonna nitrate it, it's like, fuck it, let's do it. And we shaved it down. We made it a little thinner, and we put it on there. And then we started realizing, well, since we're going to take this long, and we're already going to do this for this axle, we're already going to do this for that. You know what I mean? And that's when that started happening. We started polycrystalline diamond-like carboning every part that we could basically do. That's when we got this plastic thing started happening, for the windows. We carved in a little bit at the top of the roof so I could see a little better, angled it a little better. You know what I mean? We started figuring out some of the body panel and, like, the chassis stiffener. Like, we might as well do it all, right? It's like, we're having to wait for freaking ever. But, actually, that's fine, because, truthfully, we want to do all that anyways. It's still going to look like a sleeper, but you wouldn't really know that it was the original car we started with. No, it's got bench seats. It can hold a lot of people. It's a standard little sedan for what it's worth. And yeah, sure, you go camping, but it's really just sort of meant to putt around and have a fun time. Because we have 3 different tunings. We got our 350 foot-pounds with 300 horsepower. We got our 500 horsepower, alright, with a 420 foot-pound, and then we have our 712 foot-pound torque and 836 fucking horsepower, the best we did. You know what I mean? From a 2.4 liter strung together, strapped together, old 90s dual overhead cam inline 4s that are 1.2 liters. You know what I mean? That, well, yeah, no, sure, while we sleeved them and we had to bore it out, right? But it's still 1.2 liters. Yeah. It was like nothing spectacular that changed on that. And yeah, no, we do need different not a crank length, connecting rod lengths, especially with the double wristband. Whole thing in different connection styles for it to be balanced where it's that close and it has such a wide V. Like, the wide V was a good thing, but it's a very odd wide V, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, it's a very specific angle that makes it so that way you can get up to that 26K, which is really what it was, that it was balanced at. It was like a little over 26K. and it's like beautifully balanced. But you never really went to that like high RPM. Not really, dude. Like that, I'm fuel limiting. We all know how that went. It's like, oh, I'll give you the extra fuel and everything else, and it's like, okay, well. And eventually we got to like 3,000 some bullshit ass fucking level because it was like, oh well, I guess we'll just drill into even more and polycrystalline diamond like carbon all of the crankshaft and reforge it and then nitrate it and all this other stuff, which we didn't nitrate. We just drilled into it, right? And we put in like in the where the bearings are, make it smoother, have less friction. That substance. So it's like we didn't nitrate, we didn't harden, we didn't do any of that. We didn't want to fuck around with it because it's like by that point we were pretty much done with the engine. Everybody was kind of bored and burned out with the engine. Like we wanted to work on the damn car. And truthfully, we had other things to do because we'd already like built like a turbine. You know what I mean? Like we'd built a fucking like casting forging thing, right? It's like we're already carving into all the axles. We have to cut them all. We have to balance them all. We have to do all the fucking, external and internal rifling. Oh shit! Yeah, with the polycrystalline like fucking substance, diamond like carbon, polycrystalline diamond like carbon, that we have to forge effectively into the damn shit. And then nitrate. So we have to nitrate ahead, then we have to nitrate after with a nitrogen bath, which isn't really a nitrogen nitrate after, but it's like a way to pre-fatigue. It's a whole thing. Yeah, a process. It's like every one of those things have to do it. And we lessen the weight tremendously every time we do because we make it tremendously stronger. Every time. It's stronger every single time. It weighs less, it's stronger, it's able to handle more stress and strain for longer periods of time, and it's more balanced. It's just a lot more work than the average person is willing to do. It's like we're waiting anyways on these connection rods. You know what I mean? And then, this is helping the kids learn, like, a bunch of manufacturing, a bunch of physics, a bunch of cool stuff. You know what I mean? It totally works wonderfully for us. Everybody's fucking happy to just enjoy doing it and just fucking have a blast, right? Yeah, it's a bonding. It's a lot of bonding. Like a lot of bonding going on. A lot of us have a lot of fun. And for what it's worth, we did take the car, it's not the main car that we have, right? So we take our other car, right? Out to have fun and our camper van whatever, right? And fuck it, like we're already working on that while we're working on this, and every so often you'll have something you need to repair or whatever. Yeah, that's basically all it is. It was super super fun. I had a blast. They had a blast. Everybody had a blast. We got the connection around. It was like time to do this. This is the big thing. Like we're all gonna work together right now. Woo! But it's like, oh, you want to do the crankshaft, right? And it's like, not really, dude. Like, 800 fucking horsepower is ridiculous. Yeah, no, it becomes kind of dangerous to drive it, and it weighs almost nothing. Yeah. Like, this engine, you're like, oh, yes, no, it's got the half-inch thick steel, all this, and it's like, more like Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese, the super strong, stiff steel. Impossible. But I never put that polycrystalline diamond-like carbon on it. No, I know that now, but it was like, fuck, you could do it. Oh, you could go that far, yeah. But eventually, like, people do want to try. It's like, yeah, no, it's just dangerous. There's a reason why it's like, this could absolutely make that fucking 3,000 horsepower and all that torque. That was just stupendous. That makes no real sense. I have an all-wheel drive and all that rest of it, but it's like, I don't really want to. Yeah, exactly. It's scary. Even the kids, even all my wives, me, everybody was like, this is scary, dude. 3,000? Even with the roll cage and everything else, it's scary. It's actually genuinely like that. Yeah. It's like, I don't need it. You know, this was just a fun little putt-putt, see what we can do together and make, right? And, like, what do you know? It was done. Like, a year and a half, it was done. It was done. You know what I mean? In a year and a half, it was done. It was fun. It lasted that amount of time. We got it all done. Everybody was happy. That was effectively the passed down car, right? That everybody drove, except, truthfully, I was kind of the one that drove everyone around. Yeah. Right. Because it's not exactly super fun to drive. It's a real, obviously, like, you think 350 foot-pounds of torque, and it's like, it's got the gears, right, and you can mash them. Like, it's an easy to drive, kind of, in that sense, right? But it's like, it's real easy to very quickly try and go, oh, I can just go so fast, and things can go so wrong, and it's like, I worked so hard on this thing, I don't want to break it, you know? And that's kind of also the dynamic in the family, for what it's worth. Like, I like to drive, they like it when I drive. That's just sort of what it was. And it's still like, if you want to go drive, go for it. You know what I mean? Just make sure you don't break it, please. Like, we all spent a lot of time, and the money is like, right. That's what the original question was. It's like, yeah, so I want to tell everybody about this for, like, what it's worth, all that you think that you want to poo-poo on it, right? The effort, all that, you know what I mean? What you got out of it at the end of it. It's like, we're just talking about an engine, though. Not all the stuff that we did in the background for the car and everything else. So it's like, the engine itself ended up being around a $5,000 total cost. Really? Yeah, except that's like materials, the connection rod, that kind of thing. Right, except you had to build a casting, all the other machines, right? Which, that adds to that cost of what that engine is. So it's like, if you wanted to do that for that engine, it's $5,000. But if you want to go for the entirety of everything it took to make that, it was more along the lines of $20K. $20,000 for that engine. Really? Yeah. $20,000 for that engine. That being said, $20,000 also got us the vehicle, the windows, all the other rest of it that we did. We make our own ethanol and some of the other fuels, right? Fuck. I then was able to get our own version of other stuff going for the camper van. Yeah. It's like $20K, but it was like over a year and a half spread out, right? Like, yeah, exactly. It's like $20K is like, yeah, and it beats the shit out of a lot of engines, dude. Especially for 2.4 liter. 2.4 liters. We're really, like, not fucking talking about the 2.4 liter thing, but it's like, it's 2.4 liters that got up to over 1,000 horsepower easily if you were to not fuel limit it. Yeah. For what it's worth, it would be over 1,000 horsepower easily. I mean, none of us need 1,000. Dude, most of us never took it to that 800. Like, legitimately, it was, oh, I'll smoke you. You know what I mean? We're at like a track, like a drag race track, or, a track, right? Like, I'll fucking destroy you. It's like, you think I can't? You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like that puny little car with the tiny engine, huh? Mm-hmm. Watch this. Meanwhile, it's like slip. Yeah, put it on to the 800. Plus horsepower. It barely sounds any different. You don't even know. Jesus fuck. Yeah, barely. Like honestly, it's like, well, something changed, but that's look at this guy. He's got something. He thinks he's gonna fuck it with that. Oh, you got a Super or something. Next thing you know, yeah, halfway through the first lap, I'm already like halfway or like up. Let's take a straight. Let's say it was a half a mile straight. He's making the turn. I'm already halfway through. Just having a blast with it because it's fun as fuck. And it's like we have no engine cooling problems. We got no fucking problems with any of our air, the air and water to air. Like none of it. All of it's running nominal, optimal stuff. It's like we haven't really ever had the chance to really try. To really try and race someone. Right? Like we took it out, right? But it's like nothing like that. So it's like, all right, watch this. You think? It's like, dude, I almost had you, bro. It's like, oh, you almost had me? When was that? I never saw it. Literally. It's like, this is a 5 lap thing, right? And it's like, no, we cleared that so fast that the guy went home. And it was like, it's a good thing we didn't bet for anything. Yeah. Why? Dude, big pride wound. Ooh, yeah. He was a sports car guy. Yeah. Really? He had a Ferrari, yeah. Yeah. Pretty souped up. Like $200,000 fucking something, I don't know what it was. But for me, it was like, I mean, for what it's worth, I didn't at the time because they still kept coming out with new cars, and so like I didn't know what it was at the time. I just know it was a Ferrari. Right? Yeah. But it's like, here's my little fucking, car that's from like, yeah, it's an old, it's like a cross between a Lada and an old Honda from the 60s and 70s. And so I will never tell anybody what the car is unless they want to go actually find it out. And if they ever guess in the comments or something, I'll tell them that's the car. Yeah. It's a little game I play. But it's like, if you ever guess right, I'll tell you what it was. But it's like, it doesn't look like that anymore. No. But that's, yeah, oh yeah, no, the exhaust goes into a much different turbine for that turbo. Yeah, yeah, well, you did modify that a little past that, yeah, because we kind of had to. Yeah. Ooh, so you had to lengthen it a little bit. A little, just a smidge. Yeah. But anyways, that one was a super fun one. I enjoyed the hell out of it. Uh, a lot of people wanted to know what the hell we had in it. And it's like, oh, me and the kids and the wives just, all sort of just put our little own little spin. We modified it a little. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's really all it was. Dude, we smoked them. You were a full lap and a half at the end of that. That's true. Like, we had a lot of mechanical grip and aerodynamic grip on that shit. Yeah. Yeah, fucking jeez. Really? No, but see, like, my kids and my wives all know how to drive. Like, you think, oh, just because he likes to drive. It's like, they all know how to drive. They are race car drivers. They all have their licenses like that. Same with me. You know what I mean? Like, we all know how to race. So, it's like, nice going on whatever that was. It was a fun one though. Yeah. Oh, especially for the drag strip. Yeah, that one was like primo levels of stuff. Yeah, because we figured out like most of the time people would be so angry. Yeah, like why are you even here? What is this pathetic thing? Here we go again. Yeah. 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 But what? Oh yeah, no. It's like, well, here we go. It was. It's because we would go on little vacations. The kids and I, the wives' kids and I. That's what we would do. We'd go on little vacations. We'd go over to drag strip. We'd go over to like a little camp spot, whatever it is, and then we'd have fun like that. So it would be like, what is this? And we'd be up against like this guy who tuned a massive like 6.77 liter fucking engine, you know, big behemoth block thing, you know. Ugh. And he's like, it makes a cool 500 horsepower, and I'm like, nice. And I'm like, yeah, that's cool, dude. That's fucking awesome. Hey, you want to race or something? I'd love to take you on. What is that with that? Ah, yeah, no, no. That's when inevitably someone was like offering to get the fuel pumps, to get everything, to see how far you could really push it. Yeah, and it was like, alrighty, and then, right, because you beat a few people like that. A few thousand horsepower guys, yeah, that had massive, just huge engines comparatively. And it's like, yeah, well, like, I have a lot less weight than you. See, me. Yeah, not to mention your launch control, which is not launch control. It's not. It's a limited slip thingy, traction control ish thing that really just dump the clutch and then it goes. And it's fun. Yeah. Oh yeah. No. Except your tires never fucking spin, and then you get perfect traction and you launch like a bitch. Yeah. I don't like a bitch would not be, but like it still launches fast. Especially when he's like, I'll just put on my good tires, okay? Like, I'm gonna get rid of the tread. I'll be back in a little bit, okay? Oh, yeah, that'll really help you. He's got the full 800 going. He drops it, but he's in like I'm only in like like my yeah. It's like I'm just gonna make sure it's nice and steady, right? I don't want to go full out. I just need to make sure that I get my my burnout done. It's like dynamic. It's like for the front, for the rear. It's like, what the fuck is that? Oh, that's neat. That's cool. I like that. Yeah. Right? Like I could use that. How'd you do that? Uh, yeah, this is gonna be a fun one. Meanwhile, that fucker is going hop hop. I've been in the same fucking damn gear practically most of the way. I'm like, I'll just use my double clutch this time. You know what I mean? Which isn't really technically. It's more of I'm just gonna go. I'm not even gonna try. There's no clutch, like fucking practically at all movement. I've shifted my gear to a higher gear. You don't even really hear the thing. It's like, what the fuck is that? Yeah. Anyway, I'm like, well, that was a quarter mile in like 7 seconds. So it wasn't a very good one today. I missed the gear shift perfection. I would have gotten into the fives if I'd done that. You didn't even try, did you? Not really. I found that if I hurt them that hard, they get really sad. Really? Yeah, I've had some of them follow us home, and some of them like try and come out swinging. It's not been great. So like, if I beat him a little bit, that's good enough. Yeah. Meanwhile, oh right, yeah, no, he runs a cool 9. He's not coming any closer, you know. I'm like mid 7. Yeah, 7.52. Right? And he's like a 901. And in drag racing terms, he's nowhere near. He's like, I've got myself a 1500 horsepower. And I'm like, well, yeah, that's cool. Meanwhile, I'm like, I bet you that's not 1500 horsepower. You know what I mean? Yeah. I bet you it's not. I'm sure it's close, though. He's probably rounding up, you know, but like, still, it's still close, right? Yeah. But that heavy as fuck. Jeez, you have no idea. No, because he uses a 6.5 liter engine with a massive super charger. Yeah. Fucking huge. It's all iron. He's like, the iron's the good stuff. I'm like, you're not wrong. But then at the same time, like, you should be running a way higher boost if you wanted iron to mean any difference for an aluminum here. Which means you should really be pushing that a lot harder with way different fuel. Yeah. Different gasket material and all the rest of it. Yeah, no, you have no idea. Like, after a certain point, yeah. It's like, iron doesn't really make much sense because you really don't get better benefit without, like, just sleeving. Yeah, sleeving with hardened steel sleeves, force hardness, you know what I mean, is going to run you a better lightness to strength profile than an iron block. Yeah. It's so rough. Yeah, it is. Because you need to run, like, what is effectively the funny car fuel dragsters. Yeah. To really make that a difference. That makes sense. For those given pressures, methanols, ethanols, you know, those real high pressures that won't burn too bad or knock at all, right? Yeah. Ugh. Which is like, you probably don't need to do that. Yeah. Well, no, because most people aren't going to sleeve their damn aluminum blocks. Yeah, aluminum blocks. Yeah, see, they're not. They're not going to do that. Yeah, right. It's no, especially not with a polycrystalline diamond like carbon. No kidding. Not kidding. No. Yeah. So it's just one of those things where it's like, if you do it, great, but if you know anything, it's like, no, that's an easy, cheap way to just get around some of the issues of it. Yeah, yeah, but it makes sense because but it's just a heavy, heavy block. That's what it is. Not to mention, he's like, yeah, no, I've sprung for the iron, the steel supercharger because I needed it to be super strong. Uh, yeah, okay, man. Like, I can see it. Like, you know your engine more than I do. You know, like, you know what the pressures are that you're pushing and everything. But that's not really what I would. No, that's not what I would say. It's like, that's not what I did. I just sort of did like a basic kind of bitch super turbo. You know, got it off an old engine, an old ass big old work truck. You know, yeah. I did a little mod, but not much. You know what? Meanwhile, yeah, I know. No, I do want to do that. We never did do that with the polycrystalline diamond like carbon on that compressor. We never do. Yeah, it's a hard one. After a certain point, it's like you're gonna put it on everything, but it's like, is it necessary? You stop. It's stiff enough. It's light enough. Go away. Meanwhile, it's like, Yeah, that's a good summer project, I guess. Right. Oh, because you want to make it a little bit better at compressing. Yeah, that's what it was, and it transfers heat differently. Yeah, it's able to be stiffer. It's able to be lighter. It's able to spin faster. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's another time, but like not right now. Literally that. Yeah, but like he came out swinging that time. I thought because like he had like over 1500. It turned out he was maybe a grand. A 9 is not a 1500 vehicle. No, that's why I went with the 7.5s because I can run a 5. You know. You know what I mean? Like a 7.5 is like around that 1500, right? You do it really well. God. Ow. But he did not. No, he ran a 9, which is like probably in that 800 range. Yeah, with a fucking heavy block like he has. Whew. Yeah. You called him perfectly. He has an 800 here ticket for his horsepower. Like it's like literally just above 800. Oh fuck! It sounds like he skipped a gear too. It crunched just a little. Oh yeah, yeah. It's not great. No, no, that's a bit rough. Yeah, sorry, bro. All right, and that's where the fighting tried to happen. Yeah, no, he tried to beat the shit out of you. Yeah, he didn't get very far. No, he has some issues with his heart, and I could tell that. Yeah. Ooh. Really? He was breathing heavy by the time he was already angry enough to swing. Mm. You know? Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, no, for what it's worth, I kind of left it alone. Really? Yeah, no, I gave him a good couple hits and I said, what the fuck are you doing and shit, right? That was about it. Yeah, he went down pretty hard. Yeah. Yeah, no, a little bit like that. Like I clipped him once. He was already wobble 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 to wobble to wobble and down. Ugh. Yeah, yo, one too. Pretty much. Yeah. No, that was not great. No. Really, I felt bad for the guy. Like for what it's worth, like, and truthfully, my family was not about that. Like that's fucking not cool. Yeah, so we kind of left. Yeah, it was, we were like, hey, let us know. You know what I mean? We're gonna have to call the cops, man. Yeah, but like keep him over there. He did. We filed a little police for it. We didn't want to really file any charges for what it was worth, but then it's like we kind of have to, thanks to the fact that he did that. Yeah, right. I didn't want to do anything. No, I know. Yeah, I. But it's the thing where it's like you have to call them because there's a that kind of incident. But then it's like this is luckily in a state where there's mutual combat. But then like that's if you happen to actually set it up ahead of time, which that was not the case. And he took the first swing, and you said to fucking back off, and he tried again. So like, and two punches, he was out, and he didn't continue. Basically, he got charged a couple things. That's what it was. Yeah, he got convicted for what is. There's not much you can really do about that. I mean, there's more than enough fucking people with a camera around. Yeah. Uh, but like that's what it turned into, and we kind of all went home. Yeah. No, we did. Yeah, we genuinely packed it up on the trailer. I mean, it's not a trailer queen at all, but like we just wanted to all be in the same fucking like vehicle that time and just drive home. So that's all that was. Right. not a very good one on that one. But most of the time, when a person takes a swing, like they're angry, right, ahead of time, right? Yeah, yeah, and you can tend to try and like get them to back off a little bit with like their friends or something, right? This guy didn't come in looking hot, and then he, for what it's worth, was talking normal, and I, it's like, dude, that sucks, like that you broke that gear, and I mean that, you know what I mean, and he tried, like that's what set the fucker off. I have no idea. Just being genuine about it, right? Oh my god, yeah. Fuck. Yeah, no, I'm being genuine. That was a genuine thing that we did, yeah, or genuine moment that I was, I didn't mean anything by it, right? And man, he must have took it wrong, because it did not go well. So we left. Guy got charged. I didn't really have to be involved much, but got it done. Whatever, right? But it's like kind of left that one alone. But we had fun. You know what I mean? Like we had fun that night, and it's like, well, we're gonna leave that one alone. We're gonna let that just fucking just be what it was, and try and move on. And we're gonna go just do our thing as a family, and fucking let that guy not affect us anymore. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, wee, got out of there. But that was also the time where we ended up getting offered uh, injectors. And hey, how far could you really push that? Because I told them about it while we were waiting for the cops. I was like, yeah, no, normally I run fives, low fives. Wait, what? Yeah, normally we run low fives. Depending on what the vehicle is that we run, like we'll try and match a little bit, maybe push a little further. Because we like to show off a little bit, hustle. We don't like to do the whole betting thing or any of that, but like, just a little like, hey, so we really put a lot of work in this. Yeah. Me and my family, we know a thing or two, right? It's basically what we're saying. It's like, we can push it further, but it's fuel limited and a couple of other things limited that we'd have to do to ultimately make it better. But, like, dude, it's already a scary ass vehicle to begin with if we really want to push it, which isn't necessary because it's just supposed to be a little fun putter around that has more than enough grunt to get everything where it needs to go and be fun while it's doing that, and safe and look cool too, right? That's all it turned into. But it's like, really, how far do you think you can push it? I actually don't know. Truthfully, like the materials here and everything that I can do to it, I'm pretty sure I could get it into that 3,000 foot-pound of torque range with like maybe 3,500 horsepower. We ended up at 27. Turns out frictional losses are a bit bigger once you get up there. Yeah. And then in terms of torque, like 2730 or something, I forget what it was. Yeah, and then, well, 2781 is what we ended up settling towards with our timings. Yeah, for foot-pounds of torque. That's around the 9, no, what was it again? 13,721 thousand RPM. Yeah, yeah, okay. And then we were able to push it from that, because it's like, we're just like, wait. You do know that there's RPM there. And it's like, yeah. Yeah, except that's, yeah, I know, right? Yeah. It's like, it's a little different. If you want to make torque at that type of range, which we're talking really high RPM, it's like, wouldn't that be ridiculously higher? And it's like, yeah. Except we can't make the horsepower be that. You know what I mean? There's no fucking way I can get my transmission to survive that, right? So it's like, that's our max torque that we could reasonably do. The max horsepower really didn't go above 3,200 horsepower, right? And so, like, we measured off of torque versus horsepower, right? Which means you didn't do, like, at that to the highest. No, we did do that. That was the thing. Yeah, no, we did 2731 at our 2525 to 2, which was a ridiculously high horsepower. Now, it would never survive that for any amount of time, like, in terms of irregular street use or anything like that. But we were able to make it maintain itself at that 3,200, which was 3212, 11.7, but yeah, just fine. Now, way lower torque, though, versus our absolute top torque. Right. What's your... Oh, God, yeah. So it's like, and what was the RPM for that? That was 24,652. Yeah, 652. It's like 24,652 RPM was 3,212 horsepower. But it's like, yeah, I know. That torque, which by the way has to be there for that one at that RPM, is pretty simplistic. You can work back from there. So I'll just do that real quick on the old interwebs. They have a little calculator. Bookmarks. See, mobile bookmarks. Instructions. Let's see here. Horsepower, torque. So it's like horsepower, torque. So horsepower first. Up to P 32 12 is your RPM at 24 fucking 652 684.3 foot-pounds of torque, which is more reasonable, you know, for like where your 500 was. Exactly. Oh, that's one of the reasons why it was like that. That's the RPM. Like, you didn't limit the RPM or the fuel. Nope. I had to change timings and everything else. I was able to get that. But then that's like, no wonder why you were talking about a ridiculous torque. A stupid torque. Yeah. It's like it would never last that long. But it's like I could do it. How long did it last? A few, couple thousand, maybe 10,000 miles, maybe at most. But it would be kaput, dead after that. Really? It would have bent, it would have worn out. Would have to redo everything. Are you peeing? I am peeing, yes. Yeah, I'm peeing. I don't see a problem with it. You record that? Yeah, I've done it many times. What's the big deal? Yeah. No, I talk all the time when I'm in the bathroom. You don't talk in the bathroom? I guess not, no. Whatever. Anyways, point is, it's fine for me. It was a fun little run, you know what I mean? It's like 3212 at 648, right? And it's like, that's a stupendous horsepower. No idea. There. Yeah. It was so stupid after a point. Yeah, because it's like, no, I don't really need that torque. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I can always ump that torque. It's like, yes, but that's pressures. You know what I mean? Like, I have to do a bunch of pressures to make that work. And it's like, I don't want to do that because that, for what it's worth, is pretty shitty to have to deal with. Yeah, why? It's fuel. Like, I was able to run off a regular old, just our standard E10 blend of fuel. Really? Well, there's a E10 and there's a little bit of nitromethane in there, for what it's worth. Why? Because it helps it blend with regular gas. Like what? 83 octane. It's like we'll just distill some of our own ethanol, and then, like, during the process, we were able to make a little bit of nitromethane, which was its own type of, like, well, nitrogen, so high nitrogen content, then methane is like, so it's like we basically found the right organic material to do that. That we would, break down with a little bit of bacteria that would eat it, and then a little bit of fungus that would create some, like, more carbohydrate rich material. So the bacteria would break down a little, and then, like, that's a fun little science project. Yeah, it was, actually, for what it's worth. It was really pretty fun. There were a little E10 nitromethane blend that would come out, and it's like, this is like a nitromethane of about 1 to 2% at most. The rest of it's 10% ethanol for regular regular 83 octane, right? Yeah, and it's like, that worked beautifully well. Like, we were able to get up to like 32 psi off of that. Like, a ridiculous high pressure that makes no real sense for an average everyday vehicle to run. Especially when, like, 15 psi was totally doable with a standard E10 mix. And we're like, well, we got nitro, we can make nitromethane. There's nothing saying I can't make nitromethane. A lot of that started happening. With me and the kids. Actually, I like it though, and just basically what happened, and it's like, woohoo! It was fun. It was super fun. And we got some fertilizer. Boop, just get rid of it. You know what I mean? There's some friggin' plant food plants. Worked out just fine. Yeah, it was fun. It was super fun. It's like blending fuels. Normally super kind of annoying. Turns out it's not super, like, difficult, though, when you know what you're doing. And it's like, oh yeah, this will work. But you don't need it. No, like, honestly speaking, I don't, most of the time, but every so often. Right. Yeah, because most of the time we never really did the whole thing. It was like, that whole project was a fun one. We effectively got contracted to a degree to, like, build a bunch of engines for racing. Yeah. Really? I'm not even kidding. It was genuinely, I'm eating some bread. But that was genuinely a thing that we did. It was like, okay, sure, why not? Fuck it. No, we already have most of the tools. They're willing to pay for it. That's the thing. We'll just automate some of it. Get the rest of it done the other way. We had, like, a bunch of people win off of all of our engines. It's like, what's the parameters? Wait, what? Yeah, a lot of that started being talked about. It's like, what kind of parameters do you have? Like, for real, for, like, what the rule set allows for you to have. What do you mean? What is the size? What is the bore? What is the stroke? Like, I want to know everything. Like, what do you think I could really do? Like, if I know more, I could do more for you. So a lot of us got pretty far on that. So eventually it was like, well, we got the top and bottom, we got the opposed piston styles. We ended up figuring out a, like, Atkins style opposed piston and a V8 configuration. For one of them. That one was stupid. It was a scary fucking monster vehicle. Really? Yes. genuinely, a good way to put that was a scary monster vehicle. The driver of it was scared. The person who designed the engine, the people who designed like I also helped design some of the parts of the car, you know, to like stiffen chassis and, you know, ultimately allow for it to even be something that wouldn't kill people trying to drive the damn thing. Yeah. So you need to go around a corner, you know that, right? Yeah, no, I know, but like still, like he needs to brake more than anything. Yeah, I know, I get that part, but dude, yeah, well, first we'll work, and we're gonna get there. This is terrifying. What was the torque? Well, for that application, we were in a Le Mans class, experimental, and so we were allowed to use like a particular type of engine that doesn't make any damn sense for most fucking applications. So it was like, uh-oh. Yeah. A lot of people are like, what the fuck is that? And then you hear it. We had a weird Big Bang screamer going on, which it's like, this is standard. I love the Big Bang screamers. And most people like the screamers bar, full stop, right? And I'm like, Big Bang screamers are where it's at. Every time for me. Yeah. Why? Because they're controllable. There's a moment where you're not about to die. Yeah, it's less of a moment. You have less moments in Big Bang Screamers. That's fair. Really? Yeah, that's fair. I'd have gone back to Screamers if I could have. Really? They're that scary, bro. After a while, I got really good at balancing things and coming up with new types of materials and stuff. Really? Yeah, I worked with a lot with my children, my wives. You know, well, you said children. Daughters is really what I should say. I only ever had daughters. It's a whole thing. Yeah, as if anybody ever gave a shit, though. I know. I know. But, it was like, it was fun. Like, a lot of people had a lot of fun. A lot of people won a lot. Why would you use an Atkins cycle? Well, it was a Brayton's Atkins cycle. Yeah, we had a compressor, a super turbo compressor style. Whole fucking cool ass fucking tech, honestly. It's just like, well, if they can do it with the Delta pose, why can't I do it with this? Meanwhile, I'm like, my supercharger is the crank between this. It's fine, I don't have to care. That's my fucking goddamn supercharger, and I'm gonna push a turbo into the super, because, yeah, I'm totally gonna do that. Meanwhile, the stacks for the manifold are my water to air at the last second. It worked, though. It worked! It worked beautifully! It was so good! Especially when it's like, oh, I can, you know, angle it down, and it's like, that's in the middle of the V. That's where the crank is. Yeah, it's kind of like an X at that point, in a way, because like they both worked off of the same crank. Wait, what? Yeah, no, that's like a V, but then it's like, but that's my supercharger. But where's this thing? Why is this a thing? Oh, well, it has to go somewhere. So it's like, that's like its own pivot thing. Wait, what does that mean? Perfectly straight up and down. You know, so it's like, give me perfect torque, perfect balance. I don't need any counterbalancing weights, ever. But I had a big screamer, a post piston V8. No, it's a V12 for what it's worth. Really? I like inherent balance way better than trying to have an odd V angle. You still did have one, though. Yeah, no, I did. Why is that? Majority of the reason was pretty simple, because I was not allowed to, and so I went back to the V8. It was effectively what it was. Like, you're not getting a V12. I was like, okay. Back to the V8 was fine. Balance still. everything was good, right? Okay. No, I had a inner and outer. Standard my post piston, like middle dead center, outer, top and bottom dead centers as combustion zones. But then I had inside and outside rotated for my exhaust that would go into one of the other areas where it would be pressing it in. So it's that Brayton cycle, but it's like that Brayton cycle would stay in there. Whole thing had a whole timing thing. Free valve was a go with hydraulic fluid for my hydraulic rams that I had to seal in a different way elsewhere to allow for a vacuum design to occur. How much fucking stupid. Over 15,000 horsepower. Yeah. Over 10k torque too, at moments when it needed it. Yeah, no wonder why it was like, oh yeah, you need to like turn, and like braking would be nice. Being able to survive any crash. Got into composite metamaterials just specifically for these guys. Really? Mm-hmm. Huge composite metamaterials. It's all one-piece formed construction that weighs as little as possible, the maximum amount of strength, with several redundants when it happens to fail and or be in a crash. They went, oh, yeah, no, that wasn't really on the menu. We had to tone back everything that we did. From like, oh yes, no, give me all the power. Are you sure? Okay. I don't know if that's really what you want. No, I want all of it. I'm paying you. I want all of it. Okay. I'll give you all of it. I don't want all of this. Please don't do this anymore. It's like, okay. But that's what I warned you about. Like, I was wondering, really, because it's like, that's a really large amount. That's stupid. That's way too much. I don't think anyone would ever need it. Meanwhile, the military got wind of that. We need this whole fucking power thing. Alright, I have no idea. They heard it from the grapevine through multiple people. It was fun. Well, I lasted on that one. Really? Oh yeah, it was a whole thing when it came down to the whole racing scene. Like, while it lasted, it was super fun. I was like, what's the amount that you think you need to win? I asked the driver that. I can have you brake at 10G. I can have you corner at 7. And temporarily, with the right corner, at 12. You will weigh less than every bit of your competitors, and you will have far more power. As our bare minimum. What do you think you need to win? Right? Like, I am a driver, I have excuses. There's no excuse. Holy shit. Yeah. You're 7,000 plus horsepower. Do you want 4,000 foot-pounds of torque whenever you want? I don't need that. What are you saying over there? Meanwhile, we're using less fuel than all of our competitors, maybe making 900 horsepower. Because they were willing to pay me for the most efficient, most powerful, most all the things, right? All my materials got involved. Thermovoltaics, thermoelectric, there's like multiple ways of puzzle piecing them together. Right, instead of buying them off the shelf. Right? What are they talking about? Right, I saw that on the Reddit for the study that showed up. It's like, well, that's exactly what you... They are definitely stealing your shit, bro. Yeah. The way back machine for the October 17 would be a good idea. Yeah, science alert and stuff. We've been talking about other stuff before that. Happening again. What do you know? They're still taking it. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna move on because it's like, alright, so I got it done. Again, the driver really doesn't have any excuses. I know that they want me to tell it. I get it. You do. Like, honestly, you can have bad days, everything like that. That's fine. You make mistakes. It's okay. That's not the issue. I was having issues with people making excuses. Well, it needs more power. Give him the 15K. Need more power? Well, no. Can you turn the power? I thought. Hey, I'm rich and I'm more bigger than you. Literally, basically stated that way. And not exactly. It's a little bit of a paraphrase. I'm more bigger. It was like I'm more. That I'm better than you. Yeah. What I do? I was like, yeah, and you have to use me for everything you do. Everybody might look at you as so big and amazing. The only reason why you win is because of me and all the rest of the people that make it so you get seen on that TV. And you get the credit. Guys, could we not fight? You should apologize. Ow. I'm not going to. Meanwhile, they had a winning season. Yeah, I was like, yeah, I don't know if I really want to work for you guys anymore. No offense. I have wives, I have kids, you know, that kind of thing, and honestly, I want to spend more time with them versus a person that says they don't need me to win. It's very fair, though, yeah. And it's like, I don't have to apologize, I didn't even, no, everybody hates that. Yeah, like, for real, yeah. Do I have any more, like, anything else I need to, no, I'm good. Alright, I'm gonna leave then. No, please stop. Come on. Short stint while lasted. Did people try and poach you? Yeah, a little. I never went with it. It was like, if that's what I have to deal with, then the answer's no. You got a lot of money. I don't need a lot of money. I have a lot of money already. You win more. I don't really care about that. I really don't. I had more fun with hanging out with my family and doing things together than I ever did with any of that. Yay. That was more fun, for sure. You won, hands down, it was easy. You beat them easily. Yeah, yeah, if that was something I gave a shit about. I went and made my own fucking, like, engine building shop. Wait, really? Yeah, car making shop. I just automated it. I was like, here you go, I'm now a new manufacturer, and all this. Small, but, you know, whatever. Oh, it's all renewable. It costs like next to nothing to run. Yeah, we're well aware of that, yeah. There's an airship? Oh, I know. It's in there. Yeah. Where do you sell them? Mostly online. Really? We have a small little lot that we sell. But we don't make a lot of cars. You make a shit ton of cars. Well, we could make a shit ton of cars. We don't make a lot of cars. Don't you want to make a lot of money? The money means nothing. It's the fact that this is a super hyper efficient hybrid, practically perfect, and this is the best like electric vehicle that I could think of. You're selling well. That's true. I'm glad. You have a good prestige. Yeah, those guys were really nice. They invested. They were nice. I like them. Not the driver, but I like them. I like them. Yeah. He was a good dude. I recommend that guy. Not the driver, though. Everybody hears that, by the way. But, to be fair though, they didn't want a driver either. No. We had the one vehicle. We didn't need to change anything. Like, dude, we didn't put any driver in this and they'd probably win. It's kind of cheat mode. They did just to fuck with the guy. And they're like, here's effectively some of what we did. Because, like, he patented quite a few of it. Yeah, I had to. I know. With them, though. Yeah, I know. It's one of those things. It's like, look, this is kind of roughly. But, like, also. Yeah. That's a dope idea. Why did nobody do it? Because I had to make that fucking engine block that way. Yeah. And it's an entirely different concept to what I've ever put out before. It's a post piston V8. Oh yeah, no, it works just fine. Trust me, it's won quite a few races. I'm well aware of that. Why don't you use that? Oh, I don't want to. It's not really necessary. I put most of my toroidals in there, yeah. Why? You don't need it. Nobody uses it. Like, this is 15,000 horsepower. Come on. This is lightweight, efficient, very good. Runs off almost any fuel. Almost. Why almost? You can't run off of air. Okay, well, air's fuel. You can burn it if you get it hot enough. I have a different engine that runs off of air and electricity. What is this engine? I heat up air coming in. We compress it. There's electricity, there's light, so lasers, and then focus light. This is regular light instead of lasers. You can't mix the two, remember? Right? Alright, fun stuff, right? So far. We're going to make a plasma effectively out of the air. Then we're going to dump it in to like the next area, which is going to be more compressed and even hotter. And it's going to do it again and again and again. And then it's going to go to the rest of the air that's colder than that one. Right? But because we made an exothermic reaction, so this one's great. You have carbon dioxide in the air, you've got lots of particles, you've got lots of pollution, lots of nitric oxides, right? Yeah, no, I know. We rip them apart using this heat, and we recapture it very well. We get a slight more. Except we also recombine it, and then we burn it. How do you recombine? Because it's plasma. I'm assuming there's a Z-pinch somewhere. There's a Hall effect more than anything. Really. So, Hall effect is when curvature of electrons and in their orbit produces electromagnetic field. Okay? Sure. As it moves. You know, like current through cable, well, field moving around creates field. Right. Right, yeah. Alright. Basically, that's the descriptor of Hall effect. It's true, but still. Anyways. So, as we pinch, as we're going to run current through, we're going to use that Hall effect as we're going to curve it in using light into this squeezed area too, because it's got little gaps. And then they're going to fire out. It's like during that little moment, we can yank things out and put them together. We have a little blast chamber there, yeah. That's for rocket exhaust. Wait, there's water in our air. We make hydrogen peroxide and an NO2 solution during that, and then we fire it through. We make a bunch of N's, a bunch of O's, and then carbon comes out instead in a different way. You have graphene sheets finally. I wish I had graphene. Those fuckers suck. There's an easier way to make them besides, which I've already talked about for what it's worth, although briefly. Here, I'll give you a really fast, cheap, easy way to make graphene mass style. Alright, you're going to get a substrate, standard substrate. You're going to vibrate it, you're going to place on carbon nanographite particles. Yeah. Then you're going to shock it every step of the way through that. One, it's going to be an electrostatic discharge. The other, you're going to have a bunch of current running through it. Right, for sheets. What it'll do when you get it close for that shock with the current running through is you'll yank off and then realign. You don't need much pressure. It's the vibrations that help with this. So you have to resonate it very well where you're doing this. Electromagnetic and shock effect. So electromagnetic current is effectively, and then the static. Anyways, it pulls and yanks off and then realigns into a several thick. Okay, so it's like you can align multiples of these together, sheets, as you're doing it. And if you want to add light, you don't have to. In fact, it's really not necessary. You can make transistors. So you can have graphene sheet, twisted graphene sheet transistors in like deadened zones, because you can still have the graphite there that's a insulator to it. And then you can make a big old long big sheet that's one sheet, and then you can layer on the next one, and you can layer on the next one, you layer on the next one, you layer on the next one, and the next one. And you'll have a graphene sheet with however long, however large really you made this thing. And then it could be many thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, billions of layers thick. Go ahead for it. But anyways, what was I talking about before that? Right, the air. Okay, so let's talk about the air thing. Because I was like, no, you're not getting more. It's basically an electric engine. Yes, you're not going to. I'm going to use it as a standard flywheel battery with a toroidal. So it's like, it's an electric motor, like a torque converter, but then it sucks it in, goes out, and then it goes all through a bunch of turbines to recapture this heat, and then, of course, the other thing, which is the waste heat converter to electricity, which will help run it. Okay, right. But you're going to make hydrogen peroxide and an oxidizer that's going to combine and then burn. Yes, quite right. With a carbon that's attached to some of these hydrogens still. From the air we have, and some water, and oh my god, fuck off. Making hydrocarbons and hydrogen peroxide with an oxidizer that burns. I burn the air we breathe. It takes a little bit of extra. We have different things like that already. I mean, I've never thought about it yet, but yeah, we do. Shit. It takes a decent amount of electricity. Not when you're compressing it and resonating that compression wave. How much? Really, realistically? Well, boom, with laser light and focused light and electricity in that given area. It helps increase spark gap and heats it up faster. When we resonate that pulse with that given, plasma and the dissipation plasma, and it gets closer and closer and closer and closer and closer and closer together. It also helps with the given gap and creation with that electricity and that pulse and that heat wave to separate and reform to hydrogen peroxides, an oxidizer called NO2, hydrocarbons, and comes out into a big, ginormous, well, a couple of series of turbines, but it's really kind of one turbine. But then it also happens to be really good at some other stuff, isn't it? Yes. Give me a second. I said I'm almost full on my my storage. Alright, It happens to be really hyper efficient in terms of converting electrical energy into an exothermic energy increased amplification potential. So, quantum mechanics goes, I have an electron that wants to go here and I get potential energy, and we can only absorb as a thermal potential kinetic energy so much, right? Well, electricity usually is like a direct one-to-one, except it has given thermal losses in its own right and field losses for conversions too. Well, if I make a bunch of potential, how do I given conversion field losses? Correct. Then I'm able to then make more torque because it's further away from our central point that we're going to use. Then, using that exothermic reaction, I gain more. Just have to be really efficient at doing it. Wow, this shape is really good at doing that. You know, and the internals and everything else. Yeah, the way I do it. No, I get that, yeah. With the materials I'm also having to use. Right, yeah. So we're fucked on that one. It's his? That engine's his? Yeah, it's mine. John Todd Lemke's. So, it's a hydrocarbon producing. It's a rocket. It's a turbo engine that's really good at making air into making more energy with electricity. Yay! And light. Yeah, there's light too. You gotta remember the light. That's actually very important. Especially with the amount of heat that we, instead of wanting to lose, we're going to keep that heat, sprue air to air or water to air. That's not necessary. We want that heat. Yes, I see. It's just really hard to live with, like, the fact that we did this to you. Well, you shouldn't have. That's on you. You're a bunch of pieces of shit. Deal with it. So it runs off the air and some heat and electricity and light. Bingo. And pressure. Boop, 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 boop. Whee! So, motherfucker, it's the startup time. It's a little bit. I mean, it takes a little bit to warm up with the pulses. Warm up, huh? I mean, look at that. Yeah, no, I know. I mean, no, I mean, it's a little. It doesn't immediately go. Instead, it goes. That's what the problem was. That's what the problem was, yeah. It's a fire decent amount of electricity. Alright, capture most of it later. That's true. A tailpipe was a good one. Oh yeah, no, it's not explosive or rocket engine like that. For what it's worth. I mean, it's a very small amount. Really? I mean, I can tailor it for what it's worth, but it's like, I don't really want it to actually be a rocket engine blasting out, like, out the tailpipe. You know? So. Oh. Yeah, no, it's one of that, sort of those kind of things. Yeah, it's like, oh, you know, no, this is definitely dangerous. Why? Because the excess thermal is recaptured. It's like a range extender. Remember my idea of an AC compressor? You know, kind of like combined, right, for an engine? It does work energy. And it uses the flywheel to kind of store it. Yep. Keep it going. Yeah. Well, I was like, let's supercharge that. Let's do that better. That stupid cunt on Reddit was totally wrong in every way. I'm gonna prove him wrong. Make him totally eat his words. So it's like, knowing what I know because I'm better than you. And that's the truth. I don't give a fuck what the hell you say, because you're an idiot. You don't want to make a solution, you want to just shit on something that can actually be better than what you currently have. I'm gonna make you weep. I'm gonna make you cry. I'm gonna make you fucking feel like the little nothing that you are. Near nothing. Let's go with that one. Yeah, you're the near nothing you are, okay? The deletion you really got. So, it's like, we were gonna go through this. It's like, if I make light, heat, plasma, changes of ionic versus very high potentials of statics, a given gapping system that allows for changes for the given air that's coming in with water, nitric oxides, carbon dioxides, in any particular matter with the given heat index of a compressor coming in. Which, the compressor isn't a compressor, it's the actual engine that is the compressor. Because it sucks it in from the center and then it goes outwards. But you should know that already before you come in. Right. Toroidal. So, I decided to make it even better than what I had before. The initial concept stage, but then I'm going to make it even better. Using correct laser pulses, which I don't need them to be stupid fast, actually I don't ever. Especially once I start them, they'll start the process as it spins to begin with, of continuously, and I only need to add it in where and when necessary to maintain it. Since we already know about spark gaps, I was like, okay, well, I'll just do you one better. With these gaps, I can use that, the very actual gases turn into their own spark and ground, using the correct wireless charging and static. Yeah. With light and pulses of pressure waves that we created with a plasma that wants to dissipate until it eventually goes through these gaps and have these electrodes effectively become an ionic engine that forces it into turning into a oxidizer, hydrogen peroxide, and hydrocarbon. That can add more air in as necessary. Not to mention, I haven't even finished really yet, there are better types of materials that I can use that we already have on the market to make this even better. Then I have thermoelectric, thermophotovoltaic, piezoelectrics, an electric motor, coils, magnets, a waste heat generator that's over 90% efficient at capturing its waste heat into electricity using a Stirling piezoelectric diaphragm maneuver, with acoustic pumps, Joule-Thomsons, a vortexing that has heat go this way, cold go that way, which happens to create a given heat differential for my Stirling, which helps with my acoustics. Big, massive efficiencies. Yeah, that actually happens to take in that given colder air away. I take in the heat, but I can't really take in the heat completely. I need to have that heat still dissipate somewhere else. The engine's actually in the front versus the rear of where the radiator is. Turbine's longer, okay? Right, then it dumps it off their side. Big, huge, more efficient turbine. Right. Which would be helping cool off the exhaust, as I'd be taking that heat and turning it into waste heat, generated into electricity for my engine. And it's a ram air helping me compress my air as it goes from a center out to the given toroidal internals. More efficient. It's also further away from the center, which happens to help with torque. Bingo! Yes, that is true. That's how torque works, because there's a given leverage on a given central point of an axle. Can't burn or air. Comes out as O2s, H2Os, and N3s that break down into N2s. Okay. Where's the carbon go? Ah, yes, I have a catch can, a carbon catch can. Because, remember that carbon in that little gap? That's an electrode, remember? And I'm going to suck that up to somewhere else. Because that's good for me to do. As I have a ground, and I need electrons because I technically am a weird carbon now that has not enough electrons. And this one goes, I have too many electrons, and so now I will make electrons flow, which helps catch your carbon, but also create an electron flow battery. Bingo! So he burns our air with electricity, pressure, and all the rest of it that he just talked about, and makes more power than what he puts in. It gets more torque, like a flywheel battery. Bingo! Because I was like, fuck you, Redditor, you're shit as fuck, you don't know what the hell you're talking about, on our physics subreddit, or science subreddit, or with a given concept. You're garbage and you should feel bad. I'm gonna keep working, you're gonna fucking definitely not get any further than I am. It is a very high efficiency engine. Alright, the engine casing, all that, piezoelectrics, thermal photovoltaic, and all the rest of it that makes it such that, because I layered it better, I can get more electricity from that from a much lower amount of heat. And remember the fins from a waste heat generator? They also make electricity from that. Bingo! Yes, they do. It's very lightweight, very stiff. Yeah! I know. It fits very small and compact inside of a car. Yeah, no, so this is a ridiculous 500 foot-pounds of torque over 1,000 horsepower. He just kind of like slipped that up, you know, over. This is very high RPM. He just loves making everything way better than you. Basically. Challenge me! Slam! It took a couple of years, but I fucking pound! Yeah, and I beat you. Gut punch, fuck you. Shot wasn't great. I hate those guys. I was like, are you kidding me? I can easily make way more power than you with my little solar field, and then using a cooling method, using that AC, but then it's like, no, I'm going to capture that heat and then make it turn into a waste heat by using a piston engine, and then having a little bit of geothermal, because I don't want a lot. I want a little bit of geothermal. I don't want to go down that far. I just need a little. And then it'll expand itself using a Joule-Thomson. Start small, get medium, get large, and it exchanges heat as a radiator that ultimately gives energy input. They're like, no, we would blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, no, you're stupid. It would absolutely make more power. It would do way more power for a given amount of size of solar field. Stupendously better. Because I can cool my solar panels. And I can cool, ultimately speaking, that in a way that makes total sense. Because it's like, oh yeah, no, I'm going to go over to a Joule-Thomson cycle, and then I'm going to dump it in to the solar panels, which effectively gain heat. And then, thanks to the fact that I'm putting in that given heat back in from the ground, I then have a pump. Yeah, it's just the sizing of the radiator. It's a pump that runs the solar panel cooling. But it also gets extra energy because of the geothermal. How much? Gigawatts. Hours. Equivalent to a nuclear reactor for its given size. For a solar field. But granted, I'm also talking about a layered solar field where it like goes up. So it's like, it's on like balloons, yeah. Yeah, I don't have any windmills or anything, but it's like, oh, you know what, if I happen to do the whole, like, I'll put some, like, radiators there, that would totally work, but I'm not going to do that, because it's like, I need it over here, actually, you know, somewhere else, versus where the solar panels are, because that'll disrupt its given power input. It's like, I don't want to do it. It's like, it's just a bunch of fucking engines. Yeah, pretty much. That's all that's necessary. You just put them in a given type of series, and different sizing, for Joule-Thomsons. And like, then this is the waste heat because you have to run it with oil or whatever. And then I was like, yeah, that's stupid. Why do I not just use it? And there's the radiator. The waste heat radiator concept came in. It's like, why would I do a bunch of engines when I could just do a fucking radiator? This is way more efficient. I get 90% plus efficiency of my waste heat generator using Stirling, Jones-Thomson, acoustic pump, fins with piezoelectrics, and all the rest. Right, which are also the Stirling. Bingo! This is a good thing. This thing does so much energy from any waste heat. So much. It's ridiculous. Genuinely amazing. Great. Over 90? I often get 91 to 97%. Depending on the size, yeah. Now this thing doesn't take as much to produce as an engine or any of that, and it takes almost literally no maintenance. It's all sizing of holes and everything else to dump it off as the refrigerant. Yeah, because it'll condense. It's like, oh no, I expanded, and then it'll condense. That's a given pump. So it's like, it's above, but then it's like, it cools it off. Because it's like, we're going to use buoyancy. And during that buoyancy, it's going to eventually drain off into the given solar panels. It condenses, but then it has to go back in. And it condenses again, and it'll eventually, like raindrops, go all the way down to the geothermal, which will act as a pump. A buoyancy pump. A fluid dynamic buoyancy pump. Wicking effects and all that. Still cools everything, which is great. It's produced a lot of power. Way more than the solar panels, I'll tell you that much. Really? I got 10 gigawatts hours here. And it only drops down to about 9 gigawatt hours at night. Oh, great. Yeah, no, it still works though. Because I can still use IR solar panels. They're just less efficient. Yeah. You know. Oh, you turn it into the high heat mode. Yeah, I don't know. So it's like IR solar panels work better at certain heats. At certain wavelengths. So it's just like, oh yeah, no, I'll just take geothermal and then dump it, and then any excess I'll just use as the radiator. It's still, that's why it's still 9 gigawatt. What if you had no solar panels? It's around the 6 gigawatt hours. So. Way more! Well, you know, it's also a fucking massive tower of solar panels, so, you know. Yeah. That's right, there's an airship there strapped with some cables around. I love my rigid airship that has a bunch of solar panels, but then there's other solar panels underneath the airship, so I get maximum solar panel for all my solar panel area for my given nuclear reactor size compound. And then we're all like, there's no way, there's a way to do that. That's fucking high though. It's not that high up, because then he's cooling all of that, and then also that makes a lot of electricity by itself. Yeah. Do 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 do. Hey. I hate that stupid thing. It's fun though. Yeah, no, just 10 gigawatt hours practically constantly. Just fuck you. Gonna make solar panels and a fucking waste heat generator and some fucking geothermal. But this guy on Reddit was all like, fuck you. You know, it's like, it didn't get to that point though. He didn't have that. He was like, it's an AC, and then, oh, come on. You don't know how much the waste heat of the fucking compressor. No, because you'll just store it in a flywheel, and it'll go psh, into the engine, right? And then it'll go back up, whoosh. And I'll have to go and cool it off, you know, with a given size, right? Yes, no, I know. It does work, though, during that moment. And if you use a Brayton cycle, or in this instance, a Brayton Joule-Thomson, so it's like, it comes in first, this size, and goes over into a larger size, then goes over into another larger size. Each step of the way, it's losing energy, right? Yeah, it still has some of it stored in the flywheel, right?
Right, but it's condensed. And at the very end, all it needs really at that point is to lose just a tinge more. Smidge. Literally smidge. I'm not even kidding, it's a smidge. We're going to use buoyancy and the given like actual lift. So it's like whoosh, it'll go up. It'll actually go over to effectively what is an air-to-air intercooler. It's a radiator, right? But it's like, no. We're going to start off with the same kind of thing as the concept. It goes this small, then it go to a medium size, and then to a larger size diameter tube. Which is Brayton. Another Brayton. Yep. No, I get it. But it's like, no, we're not fully done yet. Wait, you're not? No. We have to get it into a reservoir because it's coming out as a liquid at that point. Yeah. And it needs to have enough pressure. So it's like that then goes into a reservoir that goes down, and then it goes off, which that has to be insulated. Okay, we don't want to absorb any more. It lost so much of its energy. Yeah. But we have gravity. Gravity is an energy source. Gravity is potential energy. Yeah, that's brilliant. I know. I'm fucking amazing at that. But we're not done actually, because you have to remember, because once it fills up, we also have another reservoir, okay? Just FYI. Right? But then it's like, we also happen to have an engine. This is a 6-cylinder. It's a small little fucker. There's another reason why I ended up going like, how... radial 12s aren't a bad idea here. No. What about like just a fucking toroidal? Well, I have to develop. They don't have toroidals. They don't have toroidals? They don't have toroidals. I don't know why that is. And that's where the bullseye concept came in. It's like cinder, it's intake, and then it goes out. Instead of compressing, it's just spinning, and it goes into a middle, larger, and then goes into a larger, and it all comes out as a 1, and then it goes off into the same thing. During that time, though, it makes a lot more consistent rotation. That's where turbines, the Joule-Thomson turbine came in. The Peltier, so it came in small, and then we have the bigger one, right? Could make more room for my thing. Anyways, all of that's just a way to basically make it lose heat and its energy, while basically once it condenses, because that's what it's going to do, once it loses heat, it's only a gas, a vapor, because it's hot. It recondenses, it goes back down. And it's like, but during the buoyancy stage, and then the cooling stage, then it means I have gravitational potential energy to re-cool whatever I want. So is this the one? Starts at this. Oh yeah, no, this is the one. So it's like, alright, so I was talking, I actually filled up my hard drive, so I had to like kind of continue doing stuff to keep that going. Alright, moving on though. So it condenses off, I was using the toroidal, eventually I was thinking about like doing a different version of a Brayton, or a Joule-Thomson turbine. Remember the Joule-Thomson turbine? Well, yeah. Alright, so then I have a slight condenser at the top, which is really kind of technically another Joule-Thomson condenser. Yes, but that one's a bit mischievous. Okay, so I was like, I have to talk about that intercooler air thing. So it's like, it starts off at the same size as it comes out, right? And it's small diameter, right? Except like that actually breaks out into a slightly wider, okay, right? But that's during the curve, right? So during that curve, it actually curves, goes into a wider, but then that's a bunch of other smaller ones. The total volume, though, is larger than the one below. And then the one at the top is another version sort of like that. It's actually several combined with little drips. So it's like, think X's, diagonal. But it's like they're wider tubes, again, total volume larger, but then they drip off into the condenser, the reservoir, and then an extra reservoir. So it's like, right, but you can only handle certain amounts, right, of heat. It's like, yeah, except no. Right, like this is a reverse style, because you have to understand how a reverse style works, of AC condenser. Alright, so it's like, we're going to use buoyancy. We're going to have it heat up. It boils, it has to go up. So it's like the radiator is an entirely different radiator. It's multiple connected radiators. I want to talk really fast because, hey, Are you excited? Oh my god, I'm super excited. Manic. Man, I took a lot of... Don't do that. Fine! It's fucking with people. Sure as fuck am. So, for what it's worth, it comes in smaller diameter, right? No, I mean it comes in smaller diameter and it fills up a given reservoir of tubes. Those go into a bunch of smaller tubes that get larger, right? And then those go into a medium-sized tube, which then go into another version of the cone tube that goes into actually a smaller tube again. Why another smaller? Because that acts like a pump, effectively. And then it rotates forward, but it resonates the given pressure wave, but it also rotates forward the given pressure, as it'll create a pump as it goes up to a higher buoyancy. But then once it goes into a smaller area, it becomes pressurized and has like a Tesla valve setup. Yep. And then it happens to go into the turbine. The turbine works. The Jules Thompson turbine works, apparently. Great. I know! It's great, isn't it? Because it's like, basically it's a Tesla turbine. Yes, okay, so the bottom and the top of the tubes are also connected. Not just in the middle part with that little cone. It's like, you have to go. You don't understand. The very top is never going to go and be connected to anything else. It has a big top reservoir that it can fill like a manifold that, yeah, is actually a series of equal link tube headers, effectively to a slate tube connection. That's another version of a small to a large. Expands, it doesn't want to come back in. Kind of a thing I do here. Using that, it then has to go down, right? Because I don't want it to go down. That'd be stupid. Why would I want it to go down? If I put the Jules Thompson right there off to the side, I get the maximum amount of efficiency for the given amount of length that I can get out of it. Well, yeah. Right? So it comes in, small, goes back up, condenses, goes back, falls down. Where's your buoyancy? Thought it was condensing in the Jules Thompson. Yes. No, it's gonna get colder. It's not fully done, and because there's mass in the given object itself, it continues to rotate past a given point where it would have stopped, because momentum is conserved. Now, as a result of momentum being conserved, and you did not know that, that means that it continues to still go up, but I don't need to spin in any way, like you. Do you know about the conservation of momentum? No. I do a little, actually. Oh, so, anyways, it's still technically a pressurized vapor. It hasn't fully condensed. Given the size of heat radiator that you're going to have, it works better and better. Up to a point. Because, of course, you can't absorb much more. There's only so much you can really reasonably do with a setup like that. That's how that works. Alright? Given size, surface area, can only capture so much heat because there's only so much heat to capture. You can always scale more, but then a given certain amount of to manufacture cost occurs. It's not worth it. Like, yeah, sure, I mean, you can make more, but it's like, okay, but how much more? You know what I mean? Like, I have to then, past a certain point, actually just make a bigger turbine. I have to make a bigger condenser. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. So it's like, for this, it's perfect. For a given area, Arizona, Southwest, any of it, right? The South. Right? Even North. Right? It can still take the very same thing as heat if it reverses itself. So it's like it goes from a larger, but then you have to input energy. Right, which is great. That's what I want to do. But the intercooler just needs to go divert itself. back into the radiator. So it's like, I'm going to take that heat instead. I'm going to pump it back out, and it'll condense itself, right? So it's like I reverse it through the turbine, goes up to the top, and then it's now a hot vapor that happened to be very compressed. It's like, but I don't want the intercooler. The intercooler is kind of stuff that I don't want. Why would I need it? Now here's the cool, tricky part about my radiators. They all constructively and destructively interfere with light. To get the maximum amount of natural light to be turned into absorbed energy. That's a given shape and shiny factor on the fins. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. It's like, this is aluminum. We're gonna put a little tape here, and there's a little bit of a slot there, and there's a little bit of that. And I mean, and the next thing you know, it's like, and it's like, oh yeah, what do you know? It's coming out mostly dim. Yeah, it's a lot harder for some reason. Yeah, well, you can take most of the 80% of our natural light and convert it back into IR or some absorptive frequency like microwave or something. Put a little black carbon on it, graphite, it'll work out just fine. But you have to pump in energy. So, yeah, generally speaking. I'm taking energy out of somewhere to make energy. That's the air. I'm going to take a bunch of energy from the air, although I could do that by simply just strapping another one in. So it's like, this is a bigger one, and it will take a large amount of area. And then this is a mass, okay? So it's going to take it and eventually boil it away, blah, 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 right? It's going to do the same standard thing of the blahs, okay? That I just talked about for cooling things. It's going to get really cool over there, right? All right. So this one takes it and it goes, oh yes, no, put all the heat, baby, into me. All that mass that you're spinning with, give it to me. Give me that energy and put it over into this. Yeah, just make it real compressed. Make it go burr real well. Take that heat, baby, give it to me. And that's just an exchange. Instead of having the intercooler at the top, though, because I'm absorbing that heat, remember? The heat has to go somewhere. It's like before it was going out to the air, right? Because that's how Jules Thompson works. It's imparting a given work energy, but like the engine itself is going to get warm. Which is fine, that's a radiator. Well, yeah, it's not going nowhere, and you have to do that. Yes, no, I mean, I'm seeing that, yeah. God. He doesn't know anything over there? No, not like you, no. Told you. In the government, too. Alright, moving on. Instead, it goes and it bypasses. So it's like that heat, instead of going into the air, is going to be a heat exchanger type. It's still going to spin, it's going to do that, but it's like same kind of thing, but it's going to be a smaller type of pump that ultimately is attached to that, but then it's a heat exchanger. That heat then does work energy, but then you also have to have it transfer, and it's now a vapor instead of, that's a version of a radiator. Yes, why do you have an extra pump? In case you want it to get hotter. You don't really need it. Like, it's not going to really do anything until you want to make it really do something. So if you want to get it hotter, yes. No, I know. If you want to get it hotter, yes, no. Okay. It also works when you try and heat it up to have like a thing that can then reabsorb the vast majority of that heat from that heat exchanger. There's a condense it back in, and then it does work, and then it gets back. So you need very little amount of extra energy if you ever want it to make it much hotter. You know what I mean? Makes it way more efficient. Instead of like, oh man, I need to spin this so much harder. It's like, no, I need to spin this thing very little. This small thing, very much little, much smaller amounts, much less hard, and then I get lots more heat. Yes, so more efficient. But you don't need it unless you need that kind of heat. Yeah. Good old amplification. Well, so it'll exchange its heat into the radiator. Or it's already going to do that, right? But it's like this is a pump for your car, right? So it's like you have coolant in your car, and then you have a pump. So now the pump doesn't have to work as hard to be able to send it to the radiator to have it condense back, and then ultimately take that heat somewhere else, right? So it's like a little pump goes a long way. Yes. But you wouldn't need it. You don't need needed, but redundancy is nice. It's redundancy and it's more efficient. Basically, yeah. Yeah, because it's like it'll run the pump for what it's worth, to a degree. It's not really. Like, if we're being honest, it's going to bypass unless you really need it to. Or they impart that heat, because it's going to recompress it. That heat's then going to get compressed again, and then it's going to go off to that. And then that makes it more efficient at imparting its compressor heat into the given environment for the given amount of energy, because you're also going to take heat from outside and then impart it like a standard heat pump. It's way more efficient though. Yes, no, a standard heat pump that's like 200 times more efficient. Yeah. That's effectively what that would be. Yeah, oh yes, because I have it turn constructively a large amount of the IR into IR that we feel with that given radiator. Wait, what? Yeah, it's like, all right, so it'll take in with the buoyancy, so it's like it's going to take in air from below, it's going to suck it in, it's going to curve it in, so it goes up and it curves in and it spreads out and now it goes faster, right? And then it's going to have from small to medium to large, but it'll have a bunch of little fins during that. And it's still going to go into a larger volume, right? Yeah, during that it's a little bit flexible. Since it's a little bit flexible, that's acoustic, right? And then the Stirling is effectively those little fins. There's a given diaphragm there. Why? What that means is it'll exchange and change its boundary layer properties, so it increases the given saturation, the heat to the air it can cause. Right? And it also creates a little bit of a vortex, so it'll take a little bit of that heat, create a little bit of a vortex, and then it'll try and make it such that it takes all that heat one way, and it'll curve off the cold to somewhere else on the intake kind of thing that we're doing, and then try and use that as a heat pump to actually increase the degree of efficiency of expressing heat, but then also it redirects from all those fins the IR, sort of like a diffused, but then not super diffused, but fairly laminar flow. So it's like it's like a nice little gentle breeze, right? But also the IR is a lot more focused. It's still diffused, it still slowly goes out, but it's very beam-like in those diffused. Yes. Right, it's still nice and diffused, warm. But it's like when you step over here, all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's not there anymore. You step into here and it's like, oh, it's very much there. A constant cone, basically. Yeah. Really good because we feel that IR a lot more. Then it really warms us up. And then it's like, oh, nice, warm air all the time. So warm. It's stupidly warm. It's very efficient. Extremely. Pointed at things and it melts fairly well. It's like, look at all the ice over there. Brrr. Die, ice, die. Well, it's like taking the energy from the air and a little bit of solar, because I use solar more often than not. Right, because you don't need a lot. I really don't know. Like the air, like there's a certain point where it's like it's just getting really cold, right? So it's like we have a multi-gas setup, right? A multi-gas setup. Yeah, you have to have a multi-gas setup for this. Yeah. No, I mean that. It's kind of the worst in that aspect. Yeah, because it's like in order for it to work at like well below sub 0 Fahrenheit, or if we really want to get into it, below negative 130 degrees Celsius, which is what I have it set for. But I was trying to harm people's little egos. It's like, it's a negative 130 degrees C, huh? That's what we're doing. That's literally what it was. It was like, let me get over here into Antarctic region or get them warm. It's a big boy, though, for what it's worth. I know. It's a multi-gas. Yeah, well, I mean, you have multiple radiators right kind of next to each other that are going to lead into helping with the pressure and heat exchange. Right. Oh, separated multi-gases, but then, like, because this is hotter than that, as a result, it works just fine for a compressor. But those refrigerants are going to be just fine for those colds. You know, those levels of sub-zero. Really cold, yes, it's Antarctica, so, you know. Meanwhile, it's like, look at my nice radiator. Meanwhile, it's so this is quite why? The IR is very nice. We used a very specific gas combo that happens to be very good at expressing IR upon a phase change. Oh, it's nice. But it cools itself off better. It's okay. It's so much warmer so fast. Oh, shit. That stupid vortex idea worked with tree. Yeah. It's quite good. There's like a little spin, but it's a very specific type of radiator that has to do that. Yeah. The fucking IR is gonna go, no. The IR is very necessary. Leads into other things. Really? Yeah. How it is we took our cooling to the max that we could for given intergalactic engines. And also our spaceships. Well, faster than light. You never know. You know what I mean? Like, you might be stranded on that fucker for a while, just going regular speeds. Right? So it's like, this is a way to, like, manage heat very efficiently. Yes. Right. But it's quite hot. It should be. It should be. It's much more efficient at transferring heat as a result of expressing IR. Yeah. The gentle breeze is a little more than gentle after it gets hot enough. Yeah, well, that is fair. I do like that, though. I know, it's actually pretty nice, though. You know, when it's that cold versus, like, over there. This is fucking, like, are you? Are you sure? I can just wear my short shorts and everything here. I know, right? I'm in here with my fucking shades on. Woohoo! Got my short shorts. Woohoo! It's fun though, is it? It's pretty fun actually. Yeah. Why is it so good? It's just really hot. When it first hits you, it penetrates most of your clothes and it actually deeply warms your body. Like, it's a several layer deep. So it's like, it's a constructive IR. So it's like, it'll initially hit your skin, but then there are certain IR that you'll feel deeper into your bone and your muscle tissue. And so, like, it has the skin, muscle tissue, and bone IR. With a little bit of constructive interference when it does this to have a microwave. Very specific wavelengths, though. Okay. That explains why it's a little warm. Far.
Go away! God fucking damn it. You! It's fun though. I know it is. Oh no, but like the air is fine. You know, like for what it's worth, like that little vortex, really good breeze because of that heat. It's actually a really good breeze. Like you're not joking. It's like, oh, that's a fucking pleasant, very laminar flow. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I love it. It's a nice one. Yeah. It's good. It's quite warm. The breeze is fun. Gee. Do they get that hot? It's not really that bad. Like for what it's worth, it's really not. But like they have more than enough insulation. So once it gets to being turned on, like once it gets enough, it's like you really don't need it after that. It's like wee. Hey, thanks guys. Who has this? You're a jerk. 85, huh? Really? It's cold in here. Oh, is it? It's about to get a lot colder. But it works so well. It does, though. Actually, for what it's worth, it does. It's actually pretty fucking amazing how well that works. Because you get it right up in your brain, like everything's warm. Oh yeah, no, everything is quite warm. Yeah. No, but it's a good warm. You guys are acting like it's too warm. No, 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 it's not too warm. No, it's a little too warm. Stand directly into that IR. I didn't know that you could heat people that well. Again, you'll never actually get to the point where you'll boil or anything. Like not a thing like that. No, not a bit. Okay, but it's like it goes from you're really quite cold to you're definitely not cold. Like for real, that's how good that is, and it's a few seconds. That's all it really takes. It's like, yeah, no, I'm out. Yeah. No, you're not gonna go above your internal temperature. Like it's gonna get you back up to about 96 degrees Fahrenheit. Like it'll never impart that much. Okay, so everybody's kind of like needing to chill. I feel, yeah, like 96 degrees Fahrenheit. He says. You don't know what that is, do you? No. Well, it's just below your body temperature, okay? But it's not gonna get too hot. The problem is that, like, you're definitely going to suddenly have all that heat. It's more about the fact that, like, you really quickly get warm again. Like, you really quickly get warm again. That's really what it turns into. Like, your skin is the most, like, warm, or I mean cold that it's going to get, and then it gets a little bit further into your muscle tissue, and those are suddenly very close to your body temperature. I see, yeah. All of a sudden, yeah. It's like, oh, you're cold. Yeah, I'm warm. I'm good to go, yeah. I can pass through this fucker and warm back by it. That, right back up, yeah. It's like, wee! Oh yeah, that's good. Alright, I'm good. Back up to being warm. Just pass through. The rest of it, meanwhile, the air, actually perfect. Perfect. Like, legitimately perfect. Like, oh, I have a 72 degrees Fahrenheit, you know, at all times. Right, but the fucking IR. Like, if I go outside and I come back in, immediately back to warm. Takes a few seconds at most. It's like, yay, I'm out. Nice over here, though. It's good, though. Yes, no, this is why we have tape over here. It's like, this is the stand spot for the warmth. And I'm good. Yeah, that's good. I'm out. Yeah. Don't need to do more than that.
I'm fine. Yep. It's as simple as that. Yeah, that's all it is. That's all it's really meant for. It is fucking hot though. Yeah, if you stay in the damn thing, it's warm for the other place. Oh yeah, no, that's for sure. That's really what it turned into for like the little radiator, you know. I never need to turn on the other compressor. We've had to do it one time to make sure it worked. Ah, that makes sense. What did it do? You did everything up to about 112. Fahrenheit, yeah. Turn that on. Oh no. Meanwhile, the IR still 96. Yeah, no, oh, that breeze is hot, you bastards. Could you not do this anymore? It's nice in here. I'm sweating in Antarctica. It's super fun. The IR is fine. IR, multi-wave, IR, infrared. Right. But what is, okay, so infrared, sure, yeah, okay, sure, but like really. So it's infrared, sure, yes, no, we got the infrared, okay. We know about the infrared. So much infrared, all the infrareds. There's nothing but infrareds. Except you said that there's a microwave here. It's constructive, destructive, so it heats up and then it so like your skin and your muscle, right? There's certain emittance and dissipation of IR. And then you can interfere with that in a constructive way because it's destructively interfering, and that's waste. That then turns into a slight bit of microwave. Okay. That explains why I feel warm. Oh yeah, 96. Yes, no, but it's definitely 96 degrees in here. No, I know. We had to test the length of that. What are you doing? Dumplings! Dumpling. We're putting it at 7. You have dumplings? You don't have dumplings? You bastard. You should have dumplings. Yeah! I do have dumplings. My own. Oh, yes, great. Yes. Well, you're in Antarctica, so, you know, you don't get to view them very much, do you? Oh, ho, ho. You want to go that route. You don't even have any to view. Yes. What kind of cool work are you doing? I'm the one that heated up your whole vent. All of it. Well... I don't like you. Why are you going after me with the whole dumpling thing? Well, that was your choice. You're the one that made the choice to ultimately have me come after you like that. Don't get it twisted. You're the one in the wrong here. Well, it is fair, yes. There we go. I apologize though. But still, I'm gonna make you feel a little guilty, huh? Yeah! Suck a little about that, because yes. Alright. But no worries, you'll see them later. It's warm in here. I think there's one of the reasons for that. Yes, I'm kind of into the IR. Oh, do your feet get warm? Oh, they're still the best. The best for the feet. It is so nice. Yeah, that's fair. The legs and the feet are nice. Is there a way to put it somewhere else? I imagined putting it up at the roof. Don't ever do that. Please don't ever do this. No. We have a heat lamp above us. This is the dumbest thing. Why would you do this? You know, simple stuff, you know, it's, there's no real reason. I think that's facetious though. No, it's fine. Burn and bake! Burn and bake for your comment about not having dumplings. Okay, I see. This is installed at the top. Everywhere it was installed at the top. There's nothing but... I toned it down. It's 72 degrees Fahrenheit. No, I know, but fuck you. It's quite a bit warmer, the fucking air. Yeah, it's a different type of thing, you know. I should not have made the comment. It's nice though. It's always sucking all the cold air around our feet. Yeah, I know. I love the like suspension. It's nice and squishy, but like also it sucks so much air, so much of all of our cold air. It gives it to. It's hot as fuck. It's only 72 degrees Fahrenheit. What's so hot? You. That's exactly maintained laminar airflow bar. Always. It's always warm in my body at all times. No, long exposure, it's fine. No, I mean it, it's good. It's just a fucking 72 Fahrenheit. I could be toned it down. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I know. You want it to be 62? No, you know, that 62 sounds good. Okay. Oh, it smells colder. I know. It's 10 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a whole hell of a lot. Their 1 degree of Fahrenheit is like fucking half of our Celsius, bro. It's warm as fuck, it's cold as fuck. There's no in between. Yeah, you can set it yourself. You have the thermostat. It's nice in here, just for you. Just don't. No, I like 62. I do. That was a good one, you bitch. There's an argument constantly being had about the fucking thermostat. Bake. Burn and bake. The dumpling comment was not nice, no. I'm not happy about that. I was just gonna have dumplings for my own joy and pleasure. And you were all like mean. Oh. Nothing to do with you and your dumplings. Oh. That was mean. Yes, it was. Can you, like, change it not to being a bunch of IR blasting in microwave? This is minimum microwave. It's true. It's just in your bones and everything. And your muscles and your skin. It's a small amount. You have microwave in there anyways. Rarely! Well, you know, it's fine. It's a very small, it's totally normal. The government says that this is a regular amount. The government? The government hates us. They never actually look at any of those numbers. There's no way that they got that right. Well, I don't really know, truthfully. That's just what the government regulations here says. And you're in a multi-government thing, so we went with good old Arizona, no way, America. Right, yes. Right. Good old American guidelines for the amount of microwave radiation exposure you can have. Which would be milli. Right, no, I know. Be very small amounts. Micros, yeah. How small are we talking about here? Technically speaking, if I were to add it up across all of your body, for an hour, I could maybe get the equivalent of what you're exposed to for, like, putting your face next to a microwave at, like, 30 seconds. There's no way this is safe, though. Constantly, 30 seconds just at all times. That's for an hour. Which it doesn't need to be on for an hour. That's indeed correct. It's really often not. I know. Really? They're like, oh no, it's on for all the time. I'm like, why? The hell is it on all the time? Who put this on all the time? It gets warm, and then it's good to go, like, after that. You know what I mean? Like, you have really good insulation. You know what I mean? Like, you need to turn this on every so often. What are you fucking so butthurt about at that point? Yeah. No, it does work with your lamp if it needs to be cold in a cold box. Or hot in a hot box. I mean, that's a really hot box, though. Good old 500 degrees C. How'd you manage that? It's IR though, and some other stuff with electrical resistive heating, yeah. It's gonna go outside anyways. That's true, I know. Good old solar panels. Yeah. And light tube tunnels. Woohoo! The dumpling comment was not great. No. That was really mean. I want kids too. Mostly because I want to raise someone and make them, you know, like amazing and cool. You are the worst sometimes to us. Man, fuck off. Like, no. No, I actually genuinely hurt from that. There, I can see that. You went with, like, burn and fucking, like, bake. Yeah, and he left it. At a very high temperature. 72 degrees Celsius. My ass. Get out of here. Degrees Fahrenheit. Jeez. No, he permanently left it at Fahrenheit. Yeah, it was like, no, you can switch it the last time. Then you made that comment. And it's like, no, it's permanently Fahrenheit here now. There's nothing but Fahrenheit. You're the worst. You suck. You are genuinely crap, person that made that stupid comment about fucking goddamn dumplings. You don't know. You don't get it. I wanted my dumplings here. And I haven't had dumplings in like a large amount of time. You will get them delivered from like some other fucking thing or something. That's not the point though. Should have said that. Oh, I know all the things. You know the things. Well, from the past. I'm getting triggered, yeah. Okay, well that's a memory, yeah. Okay, well. Meanwhile, it has nothing to do with the dumpling things. You just wanted to cook some food. That's literally what that was. Yeah. Sorry about that. I appreciate it. Anyways, now you can have your Celsius back. Yeah, because it's still a heater. I mean, fucking 40 degrees Fahrenheit. That's cold as fuck, bro. It's still a heater compared to outside, so, yeah. So fucking cold. What'd that be? What is 40 degrees Fahrenheit? Roughly about 5 to 7 degrees Celsius. Oh, it's nice in here. Compared to outside where it was negative fucking 118 C. Fuck. Great. Fucking super duper. It's the best out there these days. Yeah, no. I mean, the old chili effect happened. You know, with my super cool, you know, global warming stuff. Wait. Engineering at its finest. No! It's only hot here, guys. Yeah, and it cools everywhere else with your stupid fucking heat pump thing, vortex crap. That is correct. With our atmosphere. No worries, it's fine. It's just hot over there. And it constantly cools everything else off. It's a very small heat. Very small. Everywhere else, big, huge radiator. That's a bad idea, if I've ever heard one. Probably. You know, honestly. They'll let me do it, though. Really? I mean, you said probably, and I did let you do it. You do stand behind it. Oh, yeah, no, it will do exactly what I said it will do. For sure. It's going to cool everything off. There's a reason, though, why it averages negative 118 C in Antarctica. And, like, the Arctic right now, really the circle, is effectively a ginormous glacier that never goes below negative 130 C. above. Right, opposite, above. Opposite to us. Come on. As if we believe. Did they manage? No one! Not you! How did they think that that would have worked? I don't know anymore. Anyway. Ha 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 ha. Dumplings. Mm-hmm. What's good? That's good. It's much better. I haven't burned this one. Cool hot though. Mm-hmm. Oh, cool off. Mm-hmm. Alright, so. The cool thing, well, it's a full glacier now. Arctic Circle. Arizona, Phoenix never gets above 85 on the hottest day. Averages out around 78 degrees Fahrenheit. There's decent humidity too. It rains pretty often. Oh, it's great. We're a rainforest, huh? It's a little bit like that, yeah. From like 40 to 80% humidity, depending to when it's raining. Decent rain. Good cloud cover. That's nice. Right, I can live with that too. What about the Northeast? Come on, man. What's going on with the Northeast? Well, Washington D.C. is always like kind of getting snowed on until like, fucking June, July. And it's about the only time when it doesn't kind of somewhat snow sometimes, or sleet or hail. There's other people than the politicians there. I'm just saying. Oh yeah, New York, New York. Alright, cool place. It's quite cold. Never goes above 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, back to the Ice Age, eh? Are you fucking kidding me? That's good though. So far, this shouldn't go back up to going. We have to maintain that vortex thing, okay? Like, that's a whole other thing. No, I know that. That's the Pacific Ocean, yeah. Oh, of course it is. That's why it's so much colder over there. Oregon's nice. Like, consistent 75 all year round, practically. British Columbia? Oh, really? Oh, yeah? No, we're getting into the whole, China? Canada. Yeah, Canada, right, yes. British Columbia, Canada? British Columbia, China over there, huh? I can't wait to find that place. Tell me where it is on the map. Anyways, we're going to talk about how they are a negative fucking 30 C at all times. But it's all time. Never goes below, never goes above. This is the worst in here. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. Really? Yeah, it's only been like 10 years, man. Like, it's done now, basically. Yeah. Yeah, no, we turned it off. It's gonna equalize. Really? Yeah, no, if you skip forward a year, it'll go real change real fast. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, super fast. How real change real fast? Well, Arizona's nice, still. Oh, yeah, no, it's great. That microclimate kind of thing, like, really started making that whole thing, like, the whole state, just an easy 75 C. Do you really want me to say C? It's not C, it's F, bro. Right. Realistic, I'd die. It's like near boiling water temperature. Do, 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 do. God. That's good stuff, right? No, we'd die, exactly. Anyways, cool stuff, right? 75 degrees Fahrenheit, 60 to 70% humidity all the time. Rains pretty decently. We're still a rainforest. Definitely still working. Got great fucking places to just camp and farm and all the rest of it. Like, we're not a desert anymore after that amount of time. We are not a desert no more. No. Okay, so British Columbia, though, has gone up to, you're going to love this, 20 degrees C. That is, it's between 10 and 20 C. Year round, basically. It never goes below 10 C. Doesn't snow ever anymore. Or rain. It's quite dry all the time, too. Before it was like negative 30 degrees C. And it was like basically 90% humidity at all times. That's like, well, it's like 0 to 5% percent humidity. Between 10 and 20 degrees Celsius year round. There's never a cloud in the sky ever. There's practically a little wind. Every so often you get there. Some nice wind. It's like a solid, 30 kilometers an hour gusts. Never goes above that. It's mostly like 5 to maybe 15 kilometers an hour. And on a day where it might be windy. Seriously, that's all you get. Wind power. You just have wind power, you know that? I wouldn't know. It used to be quite windy all the time over there. 90 mile an hour winds. On a good day. It could do gusts up to 130 miles an hour. It's way better, yeah. Maybe 1 year is much better. This is definitely primo, yeah. You say that, but there's nothing I can really do here. It's done and done. Oh yeah, no, the Arctic Circle loves it. Really? They get sunshine that blinds the fucking satellites. And the North and South Poles are basically big fucking ice cups. Beagle beetle fetter. We help them a little bit by flattening them to really smooth and making them really shine. Super shine. With insulator material, yeah. We used a bunch of insulator material. How much? That's a lot. Oh, yes. So we didn't do much of any of what you might have thought that we've done. Okay, so insulator material is really fun. Please tell me. We have titanium dioxide everywhere. Super white. Right? Yeah, we just grabbed it from all the oceans and stuff. We had some calciums. And they were like, what is over there? What do you got over there? What? We don't got nothing. What are you doing? All my plastics are gone. No. No, there's not there. There's nothing like that. Took some clothes over here. All my waste material clothes. We were gonna use anyways, actually. And I took a lot of e-waste in other places. Hey, I scrapped it. I took all the fucking good bits that I needed. I was like, whatever this is, kick. It's PCBs mostly. It's like, big old fucking plane comes by. Behind it. I'm not even kidding. Whee! It's like a fucking solid 7 feet tall thick of insulator material that's stupendously smooth and white. And then there's the snow for other people. Yes, because we can't really do that, but at certain areas we can keep it. Yeah. Yeah. It's stupidly bright. Yeah, we take in the diverted light from the sides and then angle it into a single concentrated point, and then we have it bounce with the reflective, so it's like this is destructive, destructive, blah blah blah. Anyways, it goes back down around the rest of the world and adds in to the rest of it, so it bounces off the atmosphere. Convenience. But it loses IR because it destroys IR into regular natural light. Yes, and it removes green light too, which I like. Lots and lots of less green light. Oh, that's great. Super fun though. Is it really? Yeah, it's nice out all the time. Yeah, we don't have a lot of IR. You lose IR so fast. Because tonight is quite cold. Yes. The highs are nice. The cold, the lows are not so hot. What's Arizona at? About 20 Fahrenheit. So New York is a great place, right? Everybody loves to be there. Okay? Right. Like, oh, it's super fucking cold over here. I'm waiting for the worst or the best. It never goes above like 75 Fahrenheit. It's most often in the 65s. Decent wind. Goes up to about, maybe 15 miles an hour. Not much more. It's sometimes cloudy, sometimes rainy. It's pretty much temperate. This is during the summer. Winter? Well, you get some snow. No more hail, no more rain. You just get snow. Big fluffy snow. Okay. That's nice. Yeah, I actually do like that, yeah. Yeah, no. The wind is decent. It's about 10 miles an hour at its worst. Yeah. And then, it'll get down to like that, 10, maybe negative 10 Fahrenheit at most. Wind chill is pretty low because it never goes above 10 miles an hour, so. Maine is not the same. Maine might as well be a glacier. Thanks, yeah, no, we know. The whole of Quebec might as well be a glacier. Really? The whole east coast of Canada might as well be a glacier. It snows constantly, never-ending rain, sleet, hail, constant new snow falls on top. Lots of wind, super cold wind. That's nice. Oh yeah, no, that's great, honestly. Really? Oh yeah, no, they must love it or something. How far does it go in? About the same width of Arizona that the glacier is. Arizona, it's given width. It's total distance. Horizontal wise. Same from East Coast. Where it joins at Maine with Arizona. No, America. America, they just. They go the fucking way. Glacier. Well, the water had to go somewhere, man. Well, from America where it's cold and rainy and fucking snows. Had to go somewhere. Well, went north, so there you go. The East Coast of Canada, right? Nice place, though. Snow, Florida, or ski, or anything. What's the middle of Canada then? I pretty good farmland. Pretty temperate. Great for farming, honestly. Everything's perfect for farming there. No, I'm kidding. It's like 75 Fahrenheit year round at most. Never goes below like 60 Fahrenheit. Great humidity, rains pretty consistently, sunshine all the time. Of course, then it gets colder, and then it dumps itself onto the glacier. That is the east coast of Canada. East coast of Canada, right? Shut up over there. Alright, they're trying to deal with this. This is a big deal. How long is it going to stay that way? Probably a few 100,000 years. So we burn a fuck ton of hydrocarbons then. Oh, man. That's great. It's super cold and... Oh yeah, no, I never said anything, but it's like 80 to 90% humidity all the time. 130 mile an hour winds. No, that's pretty consistent, that's the average. On a good day, it's like 80. On a bad day, it can be 165. They test a lot of different types of wind stuff in Quebec. Quebec is the biggest place for all the wind power, all the things for wind. Everybody wants to go to Quebec. Yeah, they want to study hurricane winds, you go to Quebec. Yeah, I know, those are hurricane force winds, so yeah, sure are. That's terrible and I don't like this. I live in the East Coast of Canada here. I should probably move. That explains why it's always so nice over in New York. Yeah, if you go to upstate New York, it's not so nice anymore. It gets colder progressively. Pittsfield, Massachusetts, probably like the nicest kind of, but not also. It's got a nice little microclimate, is a good way to put it. Really? Yeah, the whole area where I happen to be homeless might as well be a glacier. I hate that. Yeah. Year round. Yeah, it's a year round thing. It just becomes sunny and it slightly melts. Ah, it's so cold! All the time. Like, legitimately, it's stupendously cold. It's certainly been nicer. What happened? Oh god. We have a frozen lake, all you. This fucking stupid air. That's a nice mountain more than anything. The glacier, yeah. So fucking cold. Sure is. Oh really? Yeah, it never is above like fucking 0 Fahrenheit, bro. It's very dry there though. And it just constantly dumps. New snow down, that's sharp, icy, fucking painful snow. Bit rough though, for people that have to live there. Meanwhile, Maine though. Yeah, Maine could have been better. It's a glacier, bro. How much of a glacier? Pretty glacially. I'm gonna tell you. It's certainly not a great place to think of things as other than it being a glacier. But it does have changing seasons. Really? Yeah, it goes from like, I'm really definitely cold as fuck, and turned into an iceberg, effectively. Some packed snow around, but yeah. And then it's all like, it's warming up time, spring goes to. Yeah, I know, it's warming. Jeez.
We have a warm, wet fart smell. Yes, I don't really know where that comes from, truthfully. I don't really know what to tell people on that one. Why? Um, the frost, I guess, the permafrost or whatever, like got in there or something, and then like decomposition happens, and then it like happens to just burp it out really fast. Yeah, makes a nice little microclimate where it's like really warm. Yeah, and then it's like, oh, that's nice, and then it's super humid. Like 80, 90, 99% humidity is definitely around for sure. Yeah, from time to time. Yeah, it's so cold because it's, relatively, right? Yeah. Then it melts pretty decently fast. That's nice. Oh, decently fast. Yeah, no, like a week. Pretty much most of it's gonna be back to just gone, melted. Yeah. That's a week. Yeah, that's kind of how warm it gets. It's like you wouldn't know because, that's the humidity. Oh yeah, no, it's good, strong gusts of fart wind. Whee! Curves off. Fun old times there. Really? Oh yeah, no, I'll get to that one, but it dumps it somewhere. Yeah, that water has to go somewhere, right? Mm-hmm. It's Arctic Circle stuff, but also that's really mostly going to just land right all throughout the United Kingdom, Ireland, and Scotland. Like most of Quebec and some of the other East Coast around there, it's just a boosh. Ow! No, it comes in as hail, sleet, immediately freezing on contact rain. A lot of snow out of nowhere. It's fluffy stuff. It's intermixed. There's fluff. There's like sloggy slosh stuff, and then there's like fucking like this icy spiky thing. Yeah. It's not the greatest. Well, at least it's not too cold. Oh yeah, no. Oh, is it? So not. Come on. All right. So Maine here. What's going on with Maine? Summer comes around, it gets to a balmy 42 degrees Fahrenheit. Average. It can go all the way up to 65 on a good day. It's usually when it's not really windy, which doesn't happen often, because often it's around 30 to about 90 miles an hour. With gusts of up to 100 and 110 miles an hour. It will go from, because you want it to be windy, that 80 to 90 to even 99% humidity, down to a nice cool 35-ish% to about 72%. Based upon the wind. Yeah, that's basically what it is. But it never really gets all that bad until fall, and then it dumps a massive amount of like the coldest, most destructive to the mind. It is so terrifyingly cold. It's not a joke. It's like, I'm gonna do 180 degrees, negative 180 degrees Fahrenheit with winds of like fucking 50 miles an hour to all the way up to 180 miles an hour gusts. It's like, oh, I know, here's some 90% bare minimum, and it'll just go up. Humidity. Meanwhile, rain, immediately freeze. Snow. Blizzard. It's like spiky ice, mostly fluff though, for what it's worth, weirdly. Yeah, I know. So it's a compact fluff. It's like fluff and then compact, and it just sticks, real stick. It's concrete immediately, especially with the fucking goddamn freezing on contact rain that always likes to come with it, or after, or before. is the most cold I've ever. Like that summer is not. Oh yeah, no man, it's great, you know. Oh yeah, they take most of what comes from New York, truthfully, over to and Quebec. Just combine the two of them, just crunch it in. Really? Yeah, no, they turn into like for what it's worth, there is permafrost still throughout the entirety of summer, and I mean that. Like, the glaciers stick around, right? And it's like there are mountains there. There are a lot of stuff like that, but like there are a lot of frozen ass places still. The cold never bothered. I don't know. Yeah, no, the whole Frozen song. Cold never bothered me anyways. Are you sure? This is me. That's air practically, yeah. Oh yeah. Just make liquid nitrogen in your state when it's going on. No. No, it goes up to negative 187, and that's pretty consistent. Like, it won't go very low. It's like negative 172 Fahrenheit, pretty average. Oh, fuck, I'm moving. It's up for. Fuck. Holy shit, it's cold. Yeah, you don't say. But it's real though. It's stupidly cold. I am well aware of that, yeah. No, but it is though. No, I'm not kidding. Like, there's an extension to their state that happens every year during fall. Because they have a coastline. And that coastline gets extended. Become a bigger state every year. Oh my god, you joined the Arctic Circle? You joined the Arctic Circle, yeah. They're effectively the size of New York and New Jersey put together. For Maine. Right? It's still super cold. Winter doesn't get better. What are you talking about winter? It's very cold here. Yeah, no, it's quite cold. Winter is very cold. It never goes below negative 30 degrees, negative 130 degrees Fahrenheit. It's not humid. It's the opposite of humid where they are. Wait, what? Yeah, no, they get a weird fucking situation. Yeah. No, so it's like, they flash froze, and then it's effectively what that would be. Yeah. Get over it. I'm staying here. That's okay. That's fine. Now, you can't stay there though. But this is what they said. Yeah, no, that's true. Anyways, what I'll tell you is, you'll have it be between 0 and 5% humidity in the air. The gusts of wind are colder than where you happen to be. Yeah, because you have the connection between the land bridge glacier of the Arctic Circle. Yeah. So it's like, that comes down and then skips off over to where United Kingdom and all the rest of it is. So like, you get the coldest possible air that hits you. That is the driest air, really, realistically, you could have. What is that air now? About negative 190 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's not particularly slow. It's about 60 miles an hour on average. It can cook up to about 140, miles an hour. Constantly. Just constantly. The gusts will go up to like 150, 160, but it's like a constant, never-ending wind that has next to no moisture in it. If any moisture comes around, it will freeze.
Which is a blessing, because it's coming from the Arctic Circle. Like, it's not even a joke. Like, it's genuinely a blessing. Like, there's a lot of air that from Quebec and New York that wants to come in, and it doesn't because of what's going on there. It skips you by and it dumps itself instead with the cold wind that you've got. And it warms up slightly, you know, because it has to travel all the way over to Ireland, Scotland, and the United Kingdom. Yeah, the has it for sure. I know. You have no idea how cold it is. Yeah, I'm about to tell you. It's very dry. It makes it so that way you have an even greater amount of feeling of cold with the wind chill factor you've got. What does that mean? We test near absolute zero devices in that area during the winter. Because it will go to like what is the equivalent, but just simple boiling away of water. You know, evaporation stuff. Of negative 210 Fahrenheit. On average. With the wind chill factor alone. Maine's nice this time of year, guys. Go fuck yourself. I don't know. I will literally never go to Maine. Maine's dead. That's why they said for most people to evacuate and not live there. Except for during the summer, which you're allowed to be there in the summer. Oh, great, yeah. You know, definitely not allowed to be there in the winter. No one has there here. Or motherfucker to build a bunker with large amounts of goddamn fucking... What's it called again? Insulation. You're good. Insulation, yes. Fucking helly. Fuck you. It's gonna be the worst. Yeah, no, but have fun over there. Why? They dumped a lot of people into the area before it happened. As far as worse, Maine wasn't that bad before this point. It was after everybody else got it colder. I mean, warmed up. Right. What was happening before? I don't know. Negative 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Wouldn't go above like fucking 60 Fahrenheit. I mean, that was on a bad day though. Yeah, I wouldn't count that. No, it was like 32, 36 Fahrenheit average all year round. What the fuck did you say? 80s on a good day. 90% plus humidity is really what it would be. All the time. Cold, wet, rainy. Freeze on contact. Stuff like that. You know, standard Maine stuff, slightly worse though. Yeah. Yeah, it's not. I mean, I think it's 32. Right? Yeah. Most of the time you're in that 15 to 12. That's our winter. Oh, yeah, no, right. I was using summer. Those are all like pure dead middle of the summer temperatures. Maine's great this time though. Oh yeah, no, that's so much better though. For what it's worth. Really? That negative 210 degrees Fahrenheit? Super good. It's too cold. Go fuck yourself. You gonna stand outside, huh? Yeah, just go stand outside. I'll just stand outside. Hey, first just a second. You can't handle that type of cold. Nothing can handle that type of cold. I can handle that type of cold. Alright, well, have fun with that. And it's great for nice quantum computers. Yeah, you'll just move them over there, I guess. Instead of using your designs for quantum computers. Right. It's so fucking cold. Yeah, we put a lot of prisoners over there. It's not even a joke. We move them over into Maine every fucking year. Like, if you ever leave the prison, you're dead. Fuck. Every prisoner. All of America's prisoners go to Maine. Every fucking fall to winter. To like mid-spring and then back. Some game show or something? No, it's cheap. They're very well behaved. It's literally like, go out there, huh? Yeah, go stand out there for a second. Go do it. We have different versions of the hole. You know what I mean? Just go over there. Come on, just go stand out. No one's gonna stop you. Try and run over there. Oh yeah? Yeah, let's go do it. We'll say that you tried to escape. Oh, we're so terrible. Caught him. He's frozen dead. Go ahead, do it. I don't think so. Yeah. There are some of those that did. Oh yeah? It didn't work out well. They have no idea the concept of negative 210 degrees Fahrenheit really means. You'll die in a couple of minutes. Like, literally, you'll freeze your arm in a couple of minutes. Yeah. Do it. Well, fucking have fun, I guess. I can't live through this. There's no way to live through that. Really? There is not. No. But you can live for a while. Find the least windy ass area. Burn fuel. Anything. Any of it. That's it. Like, just bundle the fuck up. Which, by the way, they don't let you do. Yeah. Yeah, no. They tried to escape just fucking, you know what I mean? I wasn't gonna go out there. It was a blizzard or something, you know what I mean? Yeah. But the point is, it's like, we're not gonna give you a fighting chance, but it's like, have fun with it. Yeah. He's real mean to prisoners. Yeah, well, the prisoners mostly are all stupid pieces of shit. Those fucking embezzling crapwads. I thought we were talking about murderers. What? No, that's how we keep them in line. The rich fucks. And the other assholes that are like that. But yeah, we have them parade around. Oh, it's a very nice prison. The best prison, you know what I mean? Be rich. Do rich people crime. Get fucked. Every year, you're gonna have it. I hate that. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Oh. Hey, what'd you do over there with our economy over here? Boom. Oh. Don't worry. You're only gonna be very cold. Don't worry, we got a great heat lamp. It's wonderful. Not a joke, no. Oh, there you go. No, please, please, let me in, it's so cold, oh my god. The tears freeze in their eyes. Shut up. Shouldn't have fucking screwed over so many people, you know? Literally. You ruin everything about all the people that ultimately make it so your country runs. And your company does too. You're a worse person than any of those motherfucking murderers. You've probably killed tens of thousands and this is your only punishment. Oh, okay, you know. Have fun over there. Alright, let's take him back in. Do a little heat lamp thing or whatnot. Boo, boo. Yeah, we'll put you back out there for a little while again after you warm up. Don't worry about it. Your body, your brain, all of it's good to go. Kick. Ah! Wow, I didn't think it'd be that cold. Okay, jeez. Isn't it nervously cold, but brother? Yeah. Yep. All right. Drag him back in with the rope. Yeah. Point the heat gun, I guess, at him a little. Yeah. We do that every so often. It's a couple weeks, you know, just to fucking help them remind themselves to be good when they get out. You know? You can probably understand. There's no way to prove any of that, and you know that they run a conspiracy here. It certainly never happens. It's all like just figment of their imagination. They were just so terrified of being in the cold. It's bad nightmares, and they thought it was real. Oh yeah, bad nightmares. That's for sure. Right. Okay. Yes, no, that's what that was. There we go. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you telling the truth. Okay, yes. Yeah. So negative 210 degrees Fahrenheit. What would that be? Let's just go grab the old googies. Wait. Googies? Okay, fuckface. Negative 134.444 degrees Celsius. No. No. No, fuck off. Fuck yourself. What? It's in a little bit of a box that mostly keeps most of the heat. I have to still recircle a little bit of it. Right, yeah. It's a box. Yeah, I mean, it'll still heat up over time. Yeah, cool off more than anything. That's the main issue that I have with it. Here's your main issue with this? Yeah. I wasn't able to get around, like, some of the main issues. Oh, so Jules Thompson, so he uses the wind to basically act as, like, another version of a reverse heat exchanger. But then we have the actual negative, like, up to negative 130. Right, and so it's a little actually warmer in that box versus the outside, and that's just the wind constantly blowing. Yeah, and then it goes and heats people up. Yeah, that's nice. I thought so. Yeah. Did you say over there? That's nothing. Ah, fucking shit. Oh, fuck. Is it cold? I bet you it's cold. It's fucking ridiculously cold. It is probably pretty cold, I would imagine. It's so insanely cold. It's fucking ridiculously cold. Fuck you. Oh fucking Lord. Oh my god. Do you know how actually cold that fucking shit is? But for real though. Oh yeah, I do. It's negative 134 degrees Fahrenheit. I mean Celsius. You opposite bastard. Uh-huh. Boop. But did you hypnotize him to start doing the opposite again? Saying opposites of what that is? Yeah, but that's just to say convincingly a lie about they live in, like, the super symmetrical opposite land. As if that would be the case. What are those things? Let's go through all of that again. Much uploading. Very creative. Wow. Why is it so fucking cold in here? Yes, no, the guards get to keep actual, like, nice, insulated, fluffy things. But we can't have you being able to store anything. So it's like we just put, like, some Mylar and so on inside the inside of your jumpsuits and whatnot. You know, like, it's able to insulate you. It's a little bit of, like, a flannel, but then, you know, you got the... Right, yeah. Uh, it's still nice. Yeah, oh, well, solid 50 fucking 9 degrees C Fahrenheit. Yeah. You never did talk about, like, the United Kingdom.
Oh yeah. No, let's start from the beginning of spring for Ireland, Scotland, and the United Kingdom, because they're effectively all one thing now, considering there isn't any actual non-frozen water between them. Good stuff. Super. No, that's great. Let's go. Yeah, no, but for real. Wait, what? No, that's actually genuinely the case. Yeah, no, everything's under fucking glacier. It's a year-round glacier now. No. Shut up. No. You get all the nice Arctic wind from Greenland and Iceland and Arctic and then Maine and then Quebec. Dear God. It's already cold. It's so stupidly cold. Why? Because it's funny and it's fun. Gotta get my water first. How cold is it though? Like, you need to tell us. It's fairly cold. Before it got warmer, okay, it was colder, but it was also more humid. Now it's less humid, but it winds around, meaning it's more windy, and it's less cold. You're kind of the worst, honestly. Like, you definitely suck a lot. No. But you know what happened? Because, like, for a good while there, it was, like, maybe a negative 165-ish. See? Yeah, during the cold years. But it's okay. But guys, it's okay. What is it? Yeah, it was 90 to 99% humidity. So it's like you kept warm with the humidity, though. The skin. This is the closest. Holy fuck you! You're not wrong a little bit. Except there are other places that were colder. Yeah, Finland had some issues. Yeah, oh fuck you. I know there are other places that are more northern than that. That's true. We never talked about Iceland or Greenland. Iceland is literally the coldest place on Earth. Oh, is it? The coldest. Yeah, no, like, genuinely. Antarctica only barely surpasses it. And we wouldn't really count that because it's not its actual own place where people live. It's just more of a research place. That's... Well, fair. How's Russia doing? It could be better. I mean, in the warm season, summer, which actually is great. It starts in February and then it ends in November. Wait, what? Yeah, no. So, remember the albedo thing and everything else? Yeah. Well, so there's like a whole bunch of land mass before, Russia, where it's at. That, and it's warm. We're talking about the warm, remember? Not like during the cold. Right, yes. Well, that went away. So, like, their summer, even though there's not much in terms of, like, sun as much, right? Right, yeah. Oh, God. But they get a lot of rain, and then they have, like, the big, Arctic Circle thing going on. that then reflects back, and they get a lot of IR. The IR has to dump somewhere. Well, yeah, like destructive interference still has to do something. Yeah, well, it mostly curves down into certain areas of the Arctic Circle. Yeah, most of it goes into the Pacific Ocean, but Russia happens to get it. Right. Pacific Ocean, and then Russia gets some. Yeah, yeah, no, there's a reason why British Columbia also has, like, its own fun times. Right, yeah, it's pretty moderate most of the time. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, all year round. It's different for Russia. They still have a winter. They have a pretty decently cold winter. Yeah. There's not a lot of wind though. So they have to deal with that. But they dump a lot of fluffy ass snow onto Russia. Oh, that's fluffy ass snow. Yeah. Oh right, we were talking about that. So during the cold, that whole area. Okay. 65 degrees. See? I was saying it's a joke, guys. I know, but it turned out to be correct. Yeah, no, I was gonna say Fahrenheit, but that is not correct. It's mostly the average is a negative 165 degrees C. Fuck. But that was during the cold. Yeah, that was for like, you know, 2 decades roughly. Fuck you! It's not great. It could be better, that's for sure. Especially since the wind is terrible at times. Yeah. Really? It can get all the way up to about 160 degrees kilometers, sorry, kilometers an hour. Right. And it can gust up to about 180 to about 180 degree kilometers an hour. Stop trying to interrupt, interrupter. So degrees is kilometers an hour. Yeah, right. Yeah. Anyways, but that was fun. Really? Yeah, well, you know, it started off slow and then it got really, really cold really fast. Yeah, it took about 5 years. You're not even kidding. About that 7 year mark, it got real rapidly really cold. Yeah, it's great. And then for the rest of that 2 decade length that I talked about, it just kind of maintained its stupidly freezing cold. Yes, but in 1 year it went from like negative 165 degrees Celsius to a balmy um, negative 30, which is not too bad, you know, considering. Yeah, no, I know, that's not as bad as it could be, considering what I went through. Are you kidding me? You mad? I hate you. You're gonna get us hurt. Jesus fuck. Alright, so, no, but that's on a bad day. Like, often it's about 0 C. So not too terrible. I mean, it could be better. That's spring, though. So, like, summer gets better later on, where it's like a solid 15 C. Does not really go hotter than that. It definitely gets colder, though. Oh, yeah, well, you know, this is without the sunshine and during the night. Goes right back down to negative 30 every fucking night. You. God. Every night, you fucking. Ah, it's gonna be nice. Oh. It's so cold. It's just blanket comforter weather every summer. That's pretty nice, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's so fucking free. I hate you. Okay, it's not gonna go away. It's fuck you. So cold. That's the summer. It's so cold. Ah, yeah, no, well.
you know, you're a big glacier, effectively. Yeah, oh god, I didn't get that. Yes, no. it's, oh, it's London he's talking about. Yes, no. Ireland's a different story. Yeah, it's a big different place. It's quite different. Oh, that's great. Yes, no. So what's the difference? Well, there's the Highland of Scotland over there that we're going to get to, and then we'll get to you. You're not special. Just talking about Scotland. Yes, no. It's about a 10-meter glacier under. Oh, God. That's what they tell me. I'm aware of this. Yeah, summer. Okay, so let's go start with the springs. You know, we got to start spring somewhere. Gotta start somewhere, is what he said. And you interrupt with the springs. Yeah. So, let's start off with the basics. Okay. So it's like spring is nice, right? Sun comes out. Sun doesn't come out. Oh, I did not. You're seeing gaps outside. Oh, that's nice. Could definitely be better. Really? Yeah, no, it could be better. It's basically Seattle. It snows a lot. Fast. Like blizzards fucking constantly. You know, but it was more humid. Yeah, from like 90 to like 99% humidity, right? Yeah, right. But now it's like, no. Well, you know, it's mostly between 5 and 15% humidity at all times. It's quite dry. Lips. No, it's not great. I have to admit, it could be better. Yeah, 10-meter glaciers. It could definitely be better. I'm not gonna lie, it could definitely be better, that's for sure. Yeah. No, Scotland's a wonderful looking place. Yeah, this is fucking spring. Yeah, well, when spring is supposed to happen. Spring's more like July. You know, somehow towards the end of June, like you can try and like skirt on by, saying it's coming, it's the spring, right? But it's really more July. Oh, great. Oh, super. Yeah, no, I know. No, it doesn't get much warmer than negative 30°C. So you're gonna have to deal with that. Yeah. I hate this. Yeah, I don't disagree. Honestly, I know. God. Could be warmer. It's not gonna get warmer. Really, until summer. Yeah, okay. Really? Then it'll get to a solid 15 on a nice, good, really, you get one of them. That's about it. 15C one day. Really, that's a good day though. Yeah. Yeah, no, because it's usually between -10 and 5. Ugh. It's better though. Oh, tremendously. Comparatively. That's for Ah, right. But it's good though during the summer. Yeah, you get more humidity. Oh, that's good. Yeah, no, actually, no kidding. Yeah, yeah, no, it's a solid 50 to up to 90 on some bad days. You know, right? Well, yeah. And then there's some rain. It's kind of like warm, but it's still cold. Rain. Yeah, it's warm rain compared to what we are. Yeah, I know, right? Like, oh, good old 14 degrees. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm using Fahrenheit. Right? Yes, it's like 10 degrees C rain. Woohoo! it gets up to 15°C. Ooh, yeah, we're cooking today. It's nice though. It's actually genuinely pretty nice. Yeah, but then we have it. You can't snow. No, there's no snow. No, no. Trust me, there is actually genuinely no snow. You could theoretically get snow, but it's so warm in the upper atmosphere, it just never would do it. No. So, that's nice. Well, good old glaciers, am I right? Yeah, they tend to retain heat. It seems like it. For the opposite of that, of cold. Yeah, no, I know. God, I hate you. You do get hail, yeah. Really? Well, it's a slush hail of sorts. Really? It's like a fluffy hail that tends to just be slush. Yeah, it's like splunk. It's working though. Really? Yeah, no, because for the most part, it's actually pretty okay if you can find some sun. On a good sunny day, you stay out in the sun. It doesn't get too windy in certain places. The rest of it, it's super windy. No, it's genuinely like that. It's like you get these areas where it's nice and calm. You know, for the most part, maybe 15 kilometers an hour. That's it. Right. And then you have like 120 to 180 kilometers an hour guys over there. I know. This. Ah, God damn it, you. It could be better, you know, but it's not gonna get better because like that's your summer pretty much lasts until about mid-October. I'm not even kidding. That you get that and that's it. On a good year. So. Oh no no. Then you have Ireland. Ireland's its own place, which is its own fucking merry little fucking band of people. It seems. Really? Yeah, no, because like winter gets real rough. Winter turns into like, hey, did you know you could hit negative 120 degrees Celsius again? Look at that. Really? Yeah, yeah, no, but at least it's dry. Oh, is it? Yes. Is it? You blow a bunch of like sloggy, rain-filled snow into it, and then that's basically all you get. That's it. It's all year round, all winter. Yes, all winter. But no, no, no. You see, it's never very humid. Oh, that's shut up. No, no, because the whole thing turns into something else. Oh, really? Yeah, no. The average for the entire area is about 100 kilometers an hour, wind, with gusts that can go up to about 130. What's the wind chill factor again? Oh, little mommy. Yeah, a little cold. Yes, it's about negative 180 degrees Celsius. Which is stupid. Yeah, no, it actually can't really do that, like, legitimately. He said whoever calibrated that thermometer is bullshit, but okay. No, no, if they do it right, then something is up with that, because this is stupid. You're so zero. I know, like, it's a negative 130 is still really cold enough. It's a really cold. He's showing you. Okay, I believe it. Then it's but still, holy fuck. I didn't think it'd be that bad. But of course, he's in a very specific place. I am definitely, yes, the most cold that we can measure. So I'm gonna like take some measurements myself in the not so insanely cold air. Yeah, it's so fucking cold. Holy shit. That's a nice little microclimate, right? No kidding. What did they do for that? They just stuck it into the ground. It's not great, I know. Get out of here! Yeah, 120 degrees Celsius? Nope. Yeah, average. With that wind chill, if you decide to go outside, which you should really never do. Right. We're talking about a negative 160 again. Fucking see, yeah. But you know, it really depends because if you're in any city or any of that, that helps. Like you're really kind of like able to have that go over you instead, which is a weird difference because like you'll suck in air from where you are and around, and then it's like you'll have it effectively go through its own version of heating up as a result. So it's like, oh, you got a nice little heat island, and then it skips off over there, which is nice. Yeah. Really? Yeah, it's so cold. It's like a good solid negative 30 degrees C. Granted, they also have a wind glacier. Is that a joke? There's a big old hill. It works though. It's not as cold. You would never go anywhere near the cold. No. Because it genuinely is a negative 160. But it's like if you're around some of those other areas, you can get it down to about that negative 150, negative 140, or negative 155. You know, it depends. It's absolutely insane when it comes down to how dry that is, and truthfully, don't get me wrong with that wind, it's stupendous how much it can take for water coming out of anything that has some kind of heat. It just saps it away. Yeah. Because it's so fast. Yeah, it reduces air pressure. So it's super dry, and then it has a lower air pressure, and then as a result, it will definitely evaporate a lot of water and cool the shit out of it off. Yeah. But it's good because then they were like, you know what? This is totally doable. There's nothing. We can have an open air city. Yeah. Oh, yes, no. With the little fucking air skips. Yes, and everyone has to have their own little nice sails, effectively. It's like, here you go. Here's a nice little fucking spoiler for my roof. Whee! You will keep it. No, I know. Yeah, no, we know. It's too cold. It's not a joke. It's actually too cold. Yeah. Really? Yeah. No. But that's Scotland. Okay, so that's high. You know, that's the high Scotland area. That's the winter for you. Yeah. Well, you know, it's not like lowlands are much better. No. Oh, it got down. Instead of negative 160, it's only negative 120. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's so nice. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I know.
Good old Lowlands. No kidding. Oh, is that wind chill? That's wind chill. So, what's it like without that? Well, see, they have an entirely different climate down there. Right, so, but it's still cold. Yeah, no, I know. I want to move over to Ireland, because Ireland's like its own funny little business place. Why would you say that? Because it's funny business. They have a weird, like, updraft current coming up from their fucking frozen ocean. Yeah, and then they have, like, a full Arctic Circle glacier that's above them that never goes anywhere. Like, so they're. Right, so. Oh, jeez. Like, both of them come together, yeah. And so then they're like, I'll just swirl constantly. God. It dumps off over to the east, but, like, that's basically all it does. All spring. Yeah. Because we have to start with spring, remember? Oh. All spring. Yeah, no, it gets real humid. 80 to 90% plus humidity, yeah. It's chilly. Oh, yeah, no, is it? Yeah. How chilly are we talking about here? Please don't look at this. Yeah, you're probably not gonna like the answer, but it can still get into that negative 130 degrees C on a bad day. But the most of the time, it's because it's spring here, it'll get to 0 C, which is nice, but then, holy fuck, that's a huge swing. What the fuck? Oh, jeez. Because it can get cold at the night. The wind never stops. Oh, God. No, but it's melting everything. No, but then it freezes everything again. Yes, but it's still that 80 to 99% humidity. It's tremendously cold. Every night, yeah, no, that's, And then it goes up to 0 C. I know, it's so good, dude. This is the best. I hated you. It could be better. Yeah, no, well, it could be for sure worse. It could be better. Right now, this is what you got. That's for sure. Why is this so fucking cold? Oh, is this spring? Yeah, this is. Shit. Sewing during the night. Oh! I get a little loopy. Yeah, well, It's a bit rough. It could be attributed to the fact that it's that cold. Okay? Yeah, no, I know. Fuck, I hate you. Yeah. No, I do. A little bit. To a degree. Because it's like, also, you should shut up because it could get way worse. Do you remember when it was the winter of the cold seasons? Bro, oh my negative 160 fucking C immediately? You fucking shut up over there. 0 C in spring? That was spring back then. You shut up now. Oh, it's so cold. Meanwhile, oh, it was much colder, trust us. We prepared for this. It's okay. It's hot. It's comparatively much hot. So much warmer. It's great around here. There we go. That is fair. I would get angry too, considering. Yeah. Alright, so spring.
Right, yes, no, but it rapidly, because of that humidity, okay, so remember the humidity? Right, it's even at night. All right, there's constant winds. I should tell you about this with the little swirl effect that they've got basically constantly going on as it moves and rotates and moves and goes up and back and again. It's super cool actually. Yeah, they have a really cool climate now. Yeah, but that's funny business because then it also happens to do snow blizzard lightning strikes. Right, snow blizzard lightning strikes, everyone. Uh, so yeah, no, I know, but it's like a lot of that's going on, right? Not so much. It does, but it doesn't always do that. It's there, right? But then it's like you can have a random little, oh, it's suddenly 30C. What the fuck? See the funny business? Yeah! No, no, no. That's a 99% humidity day for those folks over there. I gotta get over here. You should definitely leave that area. Yeah, it's snow around. What the fuck? Yeah, yeah, no, it's funny business. It's but that's the thing. That's the heat from the Atlantic Ocean. Yeah, that's literally what it is. Is heat from the Atlantic Ocean, like combining right there with the or the Arctic Circle glacier land bridge they've got going on. Yeah, it's literally what that is. And then it'll just fucking micro pocket a big fucking stupid hot zone that's just over there. I was like, you just got to take it. Yeah, it can literally be anywhere in the entirety of Ireland. Yeah, suddenly 30C. Yeah. Yeah, no, no, it's suddenly 30C and it's like 99% humidity. So you gotta get out of there because you will die at that humidity, at that heat. Ugh. God, fuck. Shit. Meanwhile, there's snow on the ground still. Yay! Yeah. Just gonna stay indoors and the dehumidifier. Yeah. I got the AC on. Just the AC. It's so hot. Yeah, it makes no sense, right? But then it'll shift. It can shift it anywhere in all of Ireland. It's a whole thing. Yeah. No, no, but see, that's the best part. Like, you have a genuine, like, cool circle. Like, a really cool looking, like, multi vortex kind of circle that'll dissipate and then drift off. But then it'll, like, combine again. And it'll do these little snow blisters as it does it. And then when it touches down, it'll just dissipate. And it is a weird, wacky, cool ass fucking place. Funny business. Yeah. It's so dope. Like they get fucking rainbows that are fucking horizontal all the time in there. Yeah, multiple rainbow horizontal ones. They got like little cool diagonal. Dude, it's so cool. Yeah. Like Ireland's like the funny business place. Like weather doesn't normally do that, right? Yeah. It's super cool. Yeah. We were gonna get to the United Kingdom. You kind of did. You're so fucked. London over here. Oh yeah, it's so nice all the time. London, eh? God, I wanna die. Anyways, funny business place. That's spring. Okay. All right. So it's super cool spring, right? But then it goes into summer. Summer is super cool. Like summer is effectively the chillest summer all year round. Well, all summer round, not all year round. Interrupter. Yeah. all summer round. Yeah, it's super chill. Like you get fucking what is that? About 15. Like you don't get more than like 15. You go from 0 to 15 C. That's all you get. That's a big temperature swing. Yeah, but it really depends on the day, and it really depends like on what weather you're having. Yeah, because the winter is very different though, and we'll get to that. And especially during the night is what I wanted to talk about versus what Interrupter wanted to talk about. Yeah, during the night, because apparently night is winter. Yes. So, -60 C. Yeah, at night during the summer. Yeah, that cold fucking Arctic wind, man. It just races down through their frozen ass goddamn fucking ocean and refreezes everything. Really? They get a fresh dumpage of snow every time. Dude, fucking damn it. It's not a joke. Like, we have farms. You know that, right? Yeah, no, but see, okay, so it's -60 C, right? Yeah. And then it dumps down snow, right? Well, yeah. Trying to turn this a good thing. Um, a little bit, like okay, so you gotta understand. Okay, this is gonna be a little bit different than you think. Why? Because it dumps not a hell of a lot, and the snow actually becomes insulative. So it's like it's a real insulating little fluff ball snow that once it layers on top, it then just has all the wind blow over it because it's super freaking fast wind. We're talking like in the fucking 190 kilometers an hour wind with gusts up to 210. Fucking Jesus Christ. Oh, that's just ridiculously bullshit. I know. I was like that all. I don't need. That's quite fast. Dude, that's basically a tornado. It is. There are classifications for tornadoes that have those types of wind speeds. And hurricanes, too. Oh, saves a crop every damn night. That's good. Crop goes, hey, I'm still warm. It's a little cold, but I'm still warm. It's not like it's up there. Meanwhile, all the rest of it skips off where it dumps down, and then it goes off into the Atlantic and just dumps into it all night long. Jesus fuck. And then it's like, here you go, here's a nice bit of humidity. And then it's like, oh, there's a little bit of heat here. But the vast majority of the time it's like sunshine, and you get a little bit of rain. That is decently warm. Is it really? Yeah, it's decently warm, actually. What does that mean? About 20 degrees Celsius. Why the fuck is it so hot? Well, it is the summer. Basically goes underneath a phase change. Yeah, remember that vortex I talked about? It's like one part of it goes over this way and it's cold. The other part goes over here and it dumps rain into you and it's cold. In no way, it's hot as fuck. It's cold, the wind. You dick. It's cold. Anyways, perfect for farming all year round. Decent wind, consistent 60 kilometers an hour. With gusts up to about 75. And it doesn't really go below 60. That's nice. Oh, let's talk about that. Yeah, no, they go from 0% humidity, and it never really is gonna go above 30. I mean, no, it sure tries though. I know, I can feel it. It's true. No, it's a thing. It's pretty rough actually. On the windy side now, well, could be worse. How so? Could be United Kingdom. Yeah, I know. You get all the nice heat. You bastards. God, I want to live over there so bad. No, it is, though. It's, like, genuinely nice all summer long. I know. We get the Keeper Glaciers. No, actually, you thaw out. You're the only place that thaws out. Ireland is basically the entirety of Ireland, a little bit of Scotland, kind of, because they're, right, yeah. And then there's another part of the northern part of the United Kingdom that also does. And that's it. That's all you get. They thaw out every year for the summer. That's nice. Well, that's cool. Oh, fall, it might as well be considered go fuck yourself, die, I guess. Fuck. Really? It's not a joke because it turns into, oh, remember all that nice cold? It was like 0 to 15 C, right? Like, it's, pretty decent, right? Yeah, pretty nominal, right? Right, yeah, no, fall is different. Fall is very different. Fall might as well be the coming of holy god fucking, I guess you die. Uh, so it immediately drops down to like -30. You're never getting better. The night, though, turns into fucking 100 and goddamn 30 degrees Celsius. That's terrifying. Goddamn, that's a huge. Yeah, I know. No, I do though. Yeah, no, you're the worst though. A little, but not that much. Come on. No, 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 no. That's what you're doing. 130? Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, it can get a little bit lower, but mostly it's a little higher than that. As in, like, in that 120, 115, range. Oh! That's the. Jesus fuck. That's fall? Yeah, that's fall. Yeah. Yeah, it also dumps never endingly compact snow, non insulative snow, then rain, sleet, fucking thing, and then it gives it nice insulative snow. It likes to do it genuinely. I'm not kidding. It'll do that exactly that way. Damn it. It's like, oh, we'll have a lot of compact. Like, it's just gonna fucking crunch. And it's like little sleet, and little, like just form glacier, I guess. It's like insulated. Just stay glacier. Jeez. No, but it's thanks to the Atlantic and the Arctic, and ultimately the whole swirl thing. You get it great in the spring and summer, but then the fall is rough. Yeah, the fall is rough. Okay. Yeah, no. But the winter is even worse. The winter's worse. Oh, that's. So you get about a 10-meter glacier here. Okay. Yeah, on average. Yeah, no, and then it usually just sort of becomes a smooth surface that you kind of live inside underneath it. It's not a joke. He's not kidding, because, like, there are some places that are over 20 meters in height for their fucking snow. Yeah, that does happen.
Yeah, no, but there. No, 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 no. There's only a certain couple of places. Wait, what? Yeah, like literally, it's in the northernmost area, and it's effectively like where there's supposed to be water and stuff, anyways. But they count it as part of their land. Yeah, so it's like 20, and it's like yeah, no, but like nobody lives there, and I don't really see that as a problem. So I'm mostly concerned about where people live more than anything. You know what I mean? Yeah. Shit. Okay, but then like, all right, moving on. Right. Then they do the whole like spoiler, fucking all the rest of it. Yeah, that's pretty much the only thing because like the humidity goes away like completely. Like 0%. You might get 1% on a good day. Yeah, yeah, and then it's like you basically never-endingly have snow skip off as a constant blizzard that runs off to somewhere else. Oh, great. Oh, no, no, no. You will get up to a balmy 120 degrees, negative 120 degrees Fahrenheit. But on the that's a good day, and it's certainly not night. Okay, so then what's going on like the average? Average is about a negative 140. Okay, during the winter. God, fuck. And then it's super dry, so wind chill factors through the roof. Yeah, no, like because you get about a 130 to about a 160 degree, 160 kilometers an hour wind on average. So that's something, you know what I mean? Yeah, okay. So, what happens during the night? Night is rough. How rough? Stupendously rough. But little sun you had to try and warm you up is gone. You can get down to that negative 180 C just fine. Like, it's not like a fuck you, no way. It's actually like genuinely, yeah. Holy fuck. Liquid nitrogen is nice this year. Yeah, you have to pressurize it, but like, yeah, that Ranger stores liquid nitrogen from the air. It is. It's good. A little bit of warmth and a little bit of it's energy storage. You know what I mean? What it is. I don't disagree. Most people turn to distilling alcohol over fucking years, smoking the weed and all the rest of it. I love it. You know, for what it's worth, there's the rocket stoves. There's a lot of stuff to do to keep heat. That being said, also, 100 degrees, 180 fucking C. Yeah, no, at night, it's rough. You're leaving. It's tremendously cold. You should definitely leave a free winter. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Oh no, it was needed. It was very necessary. Okay. Really? Oh no, because that's just the first year, remember? And it's going to change to getting slowly warmer over time. Yeah, okay, well, not much, though. Yeah, no, at most you might get down to like negative 160 once it stabilizes during the warmer. What were negative 190? See, well, not 190. Yeah, it's not really where you get. I don't care what you measured. I very much doubt you got to have some zero, you little fucker. No one can confirm your shit. So fuck you.
You know what I mean? You should have recorded that. It would have been, yeah, Pixar didn't happen or video didn't happen. I don't know what you're talking about. It's, I just don't think it, you know what I mean? The cold, it like more or less averaged as a negative 160 permanent, you know what I mean? And then it can drop down into that like negative 88. Like they got up to negative 188 at night, yeah. Like, people are like, no, we got to negative 191. I'm like, fuck you. There's no way. You know, you're nearby. You know what I mean? Like, this is the area, you know? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, you know, we definitely agreed the negative 188C happened for an entire area. We're talking like a mile wide stretch for sure was at that fucking temp. He was like, I managed to like measure this area, and I'm like, yeah, you also have boiling and some lasers, I'm sure. Okay, so we do, but you know, using the power of the atmosphere. That's not the fucking atmosphere, bro. Uh, you know, stick a thermometer out there. Come on. Jesus. No, 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 but it was terrifyingly cold. Like, for what it's worth, negative 180 is already ridiculously stupid cold. Yeah. Then it's like, no, no, no. We're going to get to, wait for that one, negative 188. You think it's not much, but that 8C might as well be like a ridiculous amount. Yeah. And then that's not even getting into the North and South Pole, which would genuinely stick around in a general sense of the word. Yeah. Of like the caps, yeah, yeah, 5 mile stretch where they're at would never go below negative 185C. That's stupendously cold. Yeah, that's all year round. Yeah. Did they get colder? We never measured much more than 190. You know, so it's like it's close. It is that close, for what it's worth. That being said, we picked very specific spots that we placed those probes to specifically help that whole temperature out. No, well, you know, the 5 miles though, I mean that's different, but that negative 190, you know, yeah, okay, but it's just a specific spot. It's natural landscape that we slightly, you know, helped try and really reduce that heat using some Jules Thompson, some other stuff. We built up snow somewhere. No, well, no, kind of a little, but no. What? It's gonna have wind. Okay, you know what? It's. I just wanted to see if I can get it. Yeah. It got very cold. It's stupid cold. Yeah. Meanwhile, Ireland. Yeah. Okay. Silver. Anyways, United Kingdom. Then we go like there's the south all the way up to the north. The north is of course the coldest, as always. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh right. Yeah. No. Um. It's cold. Like for yeah. Like think London. You know, remember that area? Yeah. It only gets slightly warmer and more humid for the south, and then for the north it gets a little bit more humid and it mostly gets a little bit more cold. But we get a little more rain and more sunshine.
Well, that's good. Yeah. More rain and sunshine? Oh, yeah, no, they just never get as much rain. This is cloudy as fuck over there. It's just. Yeah. Yeah. The areas where farm is, good rain, good sunshine, a little more warm. No, it's colder. Yeah. Oh, that's good. Yeah, no, but then the south, a little more rain, a little more sunshine, but it is warmer. So that's good. Okay. And then the east? The east is kind of a glacier. Really? It's kind of a glacier. Yeah, no, it's not a joke. Like, okay, so it's like we'll start with spring for the most part, but which we actually kind of did. Yeah, I know. Look, winter gets cold. Like the average out for the entire United Kingdom here isn't more than like fucking negative 120 degrees Celsius. God. But this is the first year, so yeah, no, I know. So skipping forward 10 years. Wait, what? Yeah, Jesus Christ. It's better. It's warmer. That's nice. Well, a lot of the water moved. The land bridge didn't go away. Yeah, oh, those glaciers stuck around. Yeah, I mean, we got all of our. We're gonna burn hydrocarbons, and it's like, oh yeah, a few volcanoes erupted, so yeah, more than enough in that atmosphere. Yeah. How much? Holy fuck! There's methane in there too, huh? Yeah. Well, it was mostly hydrogen, for what it's worth. It came out with carbon dioxide, sure, but like most of it was hydrogen, and then it decomposed a bunch of H2O at that point, created a bunch of hydrogen peroxide that decomposed in our atmosphere, in the upper atmosphere, and created a fucking massive burn that just didn't stop for a while, and a huge explosion. Like it killed like so many people in the area. But luckily there weren't many, and like most of it was mountainous terrain for what it was worth. Which meant it acted like a big old egg carton dampener, diffuser kind of thing. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, except for the fact that then a lot of lava poured out, and then the entire mountain range got a lot bigger. So, god damn it. Yeah. How much bigger? Well, there's a new Mount Everest, meaning highest mountain in the world. Oh, highest altitude or tallest? Yeah, tallest. Remember they chunk things away? Yeah. Yeah, no, it did at first. That's great. At first? Yeah, no, but I mean, the people in the area got a lot of gold, diamonds, platinum, rare earth metals. So I don't know what to tell you. Really, yeah, because effectively everybody in that given, 150-mile radius of where it was, it's a 300-mile diameter, died. Would have immediately died. After that, it starts, taking curvature of the earth stuff. Oh, because the hydro. Oh, it burned a whole path that big, yeah. Huge eruption explosion. Krakatoa is nothing compared to that. It is so loud. People in the United Kingdom got injured. Now, granted, there's very specific terrain that helped with a wave propagation that was concentrated in certain areas, but still. Right, yeah.
It's like, no, all the way. But it's like, it's most of it got absorbed in the mountains. That's what it was. That's a bit rough. For those mountains, yeah, it kind of crumbled them in. That's one of the reasons why, like, the whole lava thing, yeah, cracked it. Produced a massive earthquake after the fact, which is why it opened up and it sprung forth a big, huge lava plume. Big, massive. Oh, instead of multiple little mountains, it's a ginormous mountain. Yeah. What about that earthquake? That has to go. Fucking Jesus Christ. Yeah, well, we produced a magnitude 12.2 earthquake. There's a reason why there's a brand new tallest mountain. That's not good. It's. Well, no. I would not say so, considering that also was felt around the entire world. Yeah! No, it caused, like, California, all the way from Alaska all the way down to California, to have a magnitude. Sorry, it's an 11.12. Yeah, magnitude. Yeah, it split the fucker. The big one finally happened. Yeah, no. But see, that's the thing. Like, it's from 12 to 11. Or the next one. That one was fucking Kansas or some shit. There's a Middle America one. Wait, what? Yeah. There's a couple places around there that got hit. And, well, they were 10, and that's a 9 for an aftershock, so not too bad. And then it didn't really travel further. Like, there was like a 3 over New York, so. I know, right? Like, man, at 9, 3 over New York. It has to travel through a lot to get there for what it's worth, but it's also the shape, and there's not a lot of tectonic. No. So it's like, it's not going anywhere. Although Greenland got hit. Iceland more than anything than Greenland, yeah. Wait, what? Yeah, where there's volcanic activity, it got hit. Like, it sprang up and it cracked. So it's like they got a 7 and then they got a 9. But we're talking about a magnitude 12. So, ridiculous levels. Like the biggest thing. But it's not a super volcano. You know what I mean? That's crazy though. Yeah, I know. It's that water, and then it's like the water plus the heat, and then the decomposition, and then creating with the electricity and so hydrogen peroxide. Yeah, and then it burned with our atmosphere, and a sudden massive boom. It burned on the outside, and it comes in and it compresses and boom. Like, that's what we all heard. Yeah. Oh my God, there's so much heat. Yeah, that glass smooth. But see, the thing is like, that's the world's most powerful explosive. Is what I'm talking about here. Spread out over a mountain range. Not a joke. No. As we couldn't measure it. In sarbombas, we'd have to measure it in like gigas sarbombas. That's fucking stupid. Yeah, gigas sarbombas. Yeah, that's where you're at. And so it's like, that's how much heat was around those mountains, and then it crumbled the mountains inwards into where it was already effectively something that was trying its damnedest to crack anyways, thanks to the magma and whatever tectonic thing just got, like a big old hammer blow.
God. So, big magnitude suddenly happened, earthquake, but then it also spurted forth a humongous thing of lava. Yeah, which, of course, it's very hot where those mountains are already, so it just congealed, cooled off, and it kept layering on top of it until it eventually started just blowing up off the top of the very top, and then kept filling it up. Yeah, like we have our own Olympus Mons, for what it's worth. Yeah. Oh no, God. No, it's further to that east. That's for sure. Yeah, I know. There's a mountain range over there. Ah! There's no fucking way out of that, is there? No. God damn it. I hate this place. It's dangerous around here sometimes. But anyways, that was a really bad one. Okay, so like no, it's fine. That's fine. Like it was mostly absorbed by the mountains, and the mountains more or less turned into a beautiful, humonga, wow, mountain, huge mountain. It's a beautiful mountain. Not to mention they carved the shit out of it. Yeah, they were like, there's platinum, there's gold, there's fucking all the rare earth metals. We were wanting all those diamonds. Gimme. There's a bunch of methane. There's some methane, most of it is hydrogen and some carbon dioxide. Oh, right, oh, right, it never endingly burned in the upper atmosphere, didn't it? Pretty much, it constantly rained on people. Just all the time. And there was like lightning all the time. Thunder, yeah. Where in the hell? There's a cauldron of lava in there. Well, yeah. Yeah, no, it never went anywhere. I mean, it's not gonna go anywhere for a while. It can't really. It's just fine. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, it's literally a ginormous cauldron with a big thing of lava, yeah. No, but it's fun though. Why? Well, it's great hiking. It's a nice gentle slope. Rains a lot. Pretty decent. Keeps it cold enough. It's a nice little microclimate around there. Yeah, before it was a big old glacier. Now it's not so much. It's warm around there. Yeah, it's one of the few places in any of the areas in that eastern, northeastern, that kind of thing. Right. Well, there's only so many mountain ranges. I know. It's like you can probably find out where that mountain range is, even if I'm not really pointing you in the right direction. It's, yeah. All right. I know. But it's nice over there. Oh, it was a glacier before. Yeah. Oh, you have no idea. Yeah. Actually, you don't. No. Really? You don't. It was a full on just ice place. It's just ice. It's land of the ice. Glacier. Never ending cold rain that turns into ice immediately. Snow, wind. Sucks. You're not kidding. It's like, oh, it's nice all the time now. Literally. Yeah, it's like 0, maybe 15°C, you know. That's all year round, and it's like about 20% humidity. It can get up to about 80 on a bad day, yeah. Yeah. Wait, even during the night? Oh, yeah, no, the night doesn't care. 0 to 15C. That's what you get. Temperature never changes. It's pretty consistent. Yeah, swings up and down though. Pretty consistent, but it swings up and down all throughout the day. And it rains, and then it's nice. I get it, but then Jesus, fuck off. I like it. It's great. I don't know why they're angry. Yeah, well, everyone died in the area. Who the fuck would be alive in that place? It's bad. Yeah, I suppose I could go live there. Consider. Yeah, a little further down, it's basically ice, glacier land again. It's not a joke. We got a lot of snow. Yeah, from that hydrogen burning. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, great. Good old sulfur's in there too. Carbon dioxide. Yeah, you get great summers though. Well, that's nice. It doesn't melt a lot. Oh, and then it dumps and refreezes every winter. That other place though is nice. Oh yes, no, we're gonna go move there. Oh, for sure, I would do that. For sure. Yeah, I would definitely move there. There's no way I'm not. And there's no way I would not move there. These guys suck. Yeah, well, it could be worse. You could be fucking Mongolia. But with Mongolia. Well, it had a big, ginormous dune area. Yeah, it saved a large amount of its water, right? Yeah, it's like a litter box. Yeah, which means it dries itself. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, then it fucking got winded out and then frozen into the Arctic Circle. Yeah. Yeah, it was terrible actually after that. Yeah, a little. It's got a lot less fucking humidity control. It dumped a lot of rain, and a lot of snow. But then it warmed up, which was nice. Yeah. Like they got a nice fucking like good climate, truthfully, but then it's like it could be worse considering. Yeah. It's like, there are some definite glacier areas. Yeah. But for the rest of it, it's more or less okay. And then the rest just got like a practically year-round summer. Yeah, snow. It's like 20C. They can get up to 30C. Sometimes it'll hit 40. Really? Yeah, it's very specific areas for that one. But like, yeah, south. Yeah. It'll hit those 40Cs. Yeah, no, but then, winter is stupid. Yeah, no, negative 160 fucking C during the winter. Yeah, no, October, huh? Mid-October until like fucking February. Oh, God. Just fucking, literally that, though. But it's problematic. But because it first off, it rapidly freezes. Everything permanently fucking freezes to go over again. Yeah, no. But you don't understand. It's not funny though. But you don't understand. It's just it's swirling around. No, remember the vortex thing I talked about? Yeah. Yeah, well, that, what we did in the Pacific Ocean, it does it. It basically takes a lot of, and I mean this, a lot of all of the entirety of the land masses, summer, all the weather, all the water, all of it, and then it then dumps it in a massive cyclone on land. Like a huge series of tornadoes will just dump into fucking Russia. Negative 160 degrees Celsius during the day, negative 188 C throughout the winter, where it just dumps never ending amounts of snow, fluff, isolating, compact, immediate freeze, fucking stupid water, everything. Like, literally, it's just immediately making a massive glacier that will freeze overnight. Yeah, no, I mean on contact, but no. See, glacier to glacier to glacier as they pack themselves on, and then slowly they'll freeze and congeal. Kind of sucks. Yeah. No, it does. No, that's kind of the thing I'm trying to tell you. It's like, it really does suck. Yeah. From mid-October to February, the end of February. Uh, that's for spring, yeah. Beginning of February to end of February. It's effectively winter, spring, but then it's really kind of March. Yeah. But you said it begins. Well, you get spring in February. This your spring, it starts thawing, yeah. Like, you really do. Like, the light and everything does the whole thing in February. But it's so fucking cold that it doesn't care. A few months of just fucking fuck you. Of total ridiculous levels of super cold. No. Because the average, it never goes above negative 160 C. Ugh. Man, no, that's just, yeah, no, okay, alright. I don't think you know how cold that is. I think you need to do some work on that. That's and everything. Yeah. God. Holy fuck off. God. It's the worst. It's stupid cold. It's definitely that cold. It is stuff. But it is actually that cold. How the fuck? The fucking hell. Yeah, no. But then in February it starts getting warmer, and you get to negative 130, right? And then it's like, oh, then it's a balmy. Can go all the way up. Oh God. Yeah, in a single month from March all the way up to like fucking April. In that 1 month, it can go from that negative in February, negative 130, and then March it'll go all the way up to 40 in some places. It's a mid-October. He doesn't appear to like my gift I gave him. I'm not sure why. They wanted summer. I want summer 30°C all the time sometimes. Super hot. The biggest temperature seen in the world are Russia. So stupid. Yeah, but it's worth it apparently for them. Yeah, they're fine with it. I don't know about China though. China is its own fucking shit show. Like, it's a swamp place that turns into a huge, massive glacier packed ice place that then thaws out and then swamps up, but doesn't get too hot because it's like, oh, 15°C. The whole fucking place. Shit. Good, rain for their crops every damn year. But it's like you can never do anything during summer because it's genuinely like frozen. Negative 80 degrees. You can get up to down to negative 120C. You can get up to negative 75. Yeah, you don't get very far. You don't have a lot of fucking goddamn humidity. Not really, and you get a lot of decent wind too. Not stupendous, but it is fast. Yeah, up to about 60 kilometers an hour. Doesn't go higher than that. But it's like you don't go above 30% humidity. That's like average. There are other certain areas that do a little better, but not much. It's a frozen place. All year round. No. Winter. Oh, winter. That's when does that start? Mid October, and it goes to like basically somewhat towards the beginning of March, and it can get all the way up into April. It's cold here. Japan's nice though. Japan got wrecked, however, during the winter. Yeah, the cold. Yeah, no. Negative 150 degrees C was consistently what they had before it warmed up. In one whole year. Their spring came in and it hit them and rocked them with, like, guess what? We're getting 30 degrees. Negative 30 degrees C. From negative 150 to negative 30. Comparatively, basically, it's a sunny day. It's not even a joke. It is literally what that would be. Yeah! Anyways. Oh, shit. Yeah, no. Spring came out hard and fast because normally spring was like, oh, we got some negative 130C. That's nice. Summer was like, oh, negative 80C. Oh, that's so good all the time. Yeah, oh, super nice. Oh, I don't even want to get into North Korea. North Korea might as well be fucking dead. It literally froze. Yeah. No, it's a joke, no. Negative 180C. And it never went away. Like, it never dropped below negative 180C. And it was always cold. Cold, dry air. That's super dry. 0 to 1%. Ugh, God. Really? Yeah! North Korea got wrecked. Japan's better, though. Is Japan better? Japan is better now. Summer was okay. Yeah, no. What does summer mean? 15C. What, it's northernmost? It's frozen, though. Yeah, no, it got 15C. The whole fucking Japan, 15C. Yeah, different humidities, some light rain, all that stuff, but like 15C. I've never seen a country all measure as 15C once, and the 15C. I mean it. Yeah, they all measured 15C across their entire fucking country. Never seen that happen. I think they're first. God. Yo. Okay. So what happened? That's the entirety of their summer. It never changed. It's 15C. There's some wind, there's some rain. Maybe it's a little colder during the rain or whatever, but it's 15C. It's 15C. This is terrible. No,
is it gonna change to the winter, please? Oh yeah, no. Okay, so fall got a little bit colder. Okay, but it's mostly more humid. Yeah, more humid. Mostly more humid. Yeah, because we'd get rain and then you'd get a little bit of snow or whatever right as fall. Like the north finally got snow. Oh, that's nice. Right. But then it's like, right, it's going to start getting colder, right? Because it's fall, right? It's 50, it's like 10°C. Oh, God. For about a month and a half. And then it rapidly plummeted. I told you. Oh, it'll never change, right? Oh, yeah. It's the fucking fuck off. It's the first year. Yeah, that's a fair point. How would you know? If it's gonna change, yeah. There's no way. You see all the rest of them? They didn't get that. No, no, no. It never, for their hottest, okay, which is their southernmost, went below -50°C. Oh, yeah. Not bad. No. Yeah. Oh, what was their coldest? At a -120°C at the very most northern tip. Uh, no, it dumped huge amounts of snow to the. No, get a little swirl, and it just dumped constantly. Just never-ending snow. Just packed it on, froze a little rain, freeze, glacier. Ah! It's very cold, yeah. God. Yeah. So I'm to Tokyo. Oh, Tokyo is mid. Alright, they're like in the mid area of the whole country, right? Oh yeah, no. They got -60. They get down to about -100 for some of the places, yeah. But uh, they're humid. Wait, what? They were humid all winter long. Yeah, it was not too humid during the summer, but then like humid during the winter. It's like, how does that work? I'm guessing something to do with the Pacific Ocean and where you're getting it from China and North Korea. Yeah, you know. Does it snow? It snows. Yeah, it snows pretty darn well. You get fluffy blankets, and then you get like some fucking stupid slosh that then freezes really fast. Like you don't get like much in between. You know what I mean? Like you get nice fluffy, and it's super cool, and then it's like then slosh that freezes on. Ugh. Stupid hard ice shit. It's kind of the worst. Yeah, it's so bad. Oh, god damn it! Really? Yeah, but it could have gotten better. No, it could have gotten worse. Yeah, no, because like back in the winter during the cold, that was a -160 to it could get down as low as -180, and that sucked. Dude, that's literally what the problem is. Like, super cold. Or, it's like, you get up to -100. But it's like, -60 is not bad. Yeah. Comparatively, yeah. Yeah. God. That slosh stuff. Oh, slosh stuff sucks. Yeah, but then they have the icy snow. Yeah, I didn't want to talk about that. But, like, it's rare. But it would happen. Yeah, it's like... It's like, ah. It's Tokyo? Yeah, most of the rest of it, like the entirety of the middle is effectively that. Yeah, oh, great. And then south is a whole other thing. You get slosh, and then you get ice, kind of rain. You don't get like fluffy stuff. Great. That's super though. No, but it's it could be worse. Yeah, no, you're good. Trust me. Yeah, they're adding things. I know. No, 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 because they act as a stabilizer that curves up into the Pacific. Yeah, and it falls back down into British Columbia and Alaska. Yeah, super fun stuff. Truthfully for them, because they're gonna get fucking slammed every winter. Well, Alaska does. British Columbia is a fucking. They get saved all the time. Right? Yeah, it's like nice all the time over there. Comparatively, the temperature swings and all the rest of it. No, because they're Japan's second like spring. Like if you skip forward 10 years, it's like, oh yeah, no, it's pretty much stabilized, back to normal. No, no, you mostly get 15 though during the summer mostly. There's some places that are hot. Yeah, you get 45 C max. Wild temperature swings. Yeah, well, I mean, there's a very northern part that it's very specific areas. Yeah. Like, this is the most hot because it basically traps a lot of humidity and it dumps all the heat thanks to your landscape into this area. Meanwhile, here's a glacier over here. It's lasted all through the winter, the summer. The whole summer it's there. It's in the north though. Yeah, no, but still. Oh, Fuji is having a blast. Look at us with our fucking glacier. The massive fucking glacier there. It looks cool though. It does. I like it. But it's. Oh, God. Yeah. It's a warning. It's just like you know that that's going to melt eventually. Yeah. Right. It's mostly 15. It can go down all the way to -10. And then there's the 45C over there. But, like, they're an outlier. So, like, the majority of it's in that 20C range. Japan got hit nice. Yeah. Okay. So humidity can go a little high. It can go up to 80 to 90% humidity sometimes. At certain places, the average is between 70 and 80. That's summer. So, you know. Alright, yeah. Spring's better. Spring's wonderful. Oh, yeah. 0 to like 15 max all the time. Very decent humidity because like you get a lot of snow. Yeah. But then it gets pretty dry. And then it gets back to like being pretty humid. Yeah. Then fall? Fall's the nice time. It's like it's dry, it's get a little cold, you know, that's the good stuff. And then back to like 100C max, and then like, yeah. It's about -50C still. God. What? Air's clear. It so much more oxygen. You got great algae blooms off your coast. So I know. Japan's always got high oxygen content. Yeah, it's nice. God. Japan is nice. Yeah. No. Oh, Africa. The southern hemisphere got hit in an entirely different way. Or glaciers. Like the rainforest is still there. You know, meanwhile, I'm looking at Australia, the glacier. We're not a glacier. We have deserts and stuff. You can't get our god, fucking damn you. It was cold enough as a glacier for long enough. You don't even want to know. It sunk so much water into your whole continent. They have a rainforest just everywhere with like regular forest, yeah. There's no more desert. There's no more desert. There is no more desert.
There's a fucking lake that we have, sure. Yeah, no, but like, yeah, yeah, like ice carves things away and moves stuff around. You have new mountains. Some things are a lot smoother, some things are a lot deeper. Trees have to survive. Yeah, well, you try telling that to your 50-meter ass glacier self. Jesus. That's fucking no. There's no way we're living here. No, no, you can live there. It's just on top of the ice now, yeah. And in the ice. Because the ice is 50 meters. Like, you got all the ice to live in. You want to row me? No, no, no. It's okay. I swear. It's insulated. You're ice people now. Yeah, okay. What's the 10-year mark after everything warmed up? Well, you have a big old deep lake that's. Then you have a couple other lakes. You have a rainforest and a forest. There's still a glacier. There's not much ice people anymore. No. Ice people are kind of gone. Yeah, they had to move back to their old places that were not very well preserved. No. Some of it was, though. That's the neat part I liked. Yeah, but a lot of it's crunched. Eehoo. Yeah, no kidding. Eh. So, you have to rebuild. No, no, you got plenty of material. It's okay. You got it. Oh, I get you. Okay. It's okay. You got it. I mean, for what it's worth, was there really a volcano? Well, the 12 magnitude did have a bit of an impact on you because it's almost like opposite of where you are. So, we got a volcano. It, no and yes. Like, no is the correct answer, but you did get, like, deep, like, underground lava that started springing up, and you had a crack that then kind of filled up with lava. Yeah. So it's like, it's not really a volcano, but I guess you could consider it one. Yeah, well. Right. What does it do? You have a new mountain. Like, I mean that. Like, you have a mountain range, effectively. It's not small. But we're talking like a 3,000 meter to like 12 fucking 1,000 meter mountain. Oh god. Jeez. Yeah, it's one. So you know. Oh, he extended off the coast. Yeah, you got basically a different type of coast as a result. That's the reason why it exists that way. Okay, it's in the north. Yeah. It's effectively heard, it's the new North Coast. It's your new North Coast mountain range. It extends for. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's very phallic shape. You know how Italy's a boot? Yeah. Take for the fucking goddamn. It's not. It's not a joke. Australia has a penis at the top of it. Oh, great. There's no way you're not. We can hide it from the children when we teach it. Oh, yeah. There's fucking. There are fucking goddamn mountains that look like penises, bro. Go away. They formed in the little. Yeah, and then they became erect with a curve. Oh my god. Yeah. God, we got wrecked.
Hard, yeah. Yeah, degree. Oh, God, yeah. No, there are boulders there. Yeah, no, I just don't want to look. Oh, fucking shit. It's a ginormous fucking penis range. What? It helps. It traps a fuck ton of the ocean air in your current. Really? Yeah. Like no kidding. It actually draws in and wicks in a bunch of moisture and it keeps it raining down. That's why you have a rainforest now. Oh, yeah, and it comes in one side or coming in the other side and they'll go off the other way. You have a never-ending replenishing supply to your lakes, your rainforests all the time. Yeah. Jesus fuck. Yeah. It's a really fucking cool place. No, no, no. You already have trees growing on it. It's only been 10 years, but you've already got trees growing on it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really want to talk too much. I do. You got a lot of pubic hair for what's worth. Yeah, no, this one definitely loves being the waterfall of the tip. I'm just saying, you got a lot of pre-cum coming out over time. No, because it's wonderful. They have a lot of high altitude lakes at the top. What do you know? I knew all along. You're a dick. I wouldn't know Australia, considering. Okay. You knew. Oh, whatever. Point is, those are water batteries that you use constantly. And you have lakes, and then you basically always have a fresh supply of rain. You got a great sunshine, great nutrients that come in. You usually curve into Africa, but because what you're doing, it means, or I'm sorry, South America, from Africa, from Sahara, some of it will dump off now into where you're at. You get a lot of extra little dust in your wind and your rain. You also are kind of trying to mine the shit out of that mountain. Yeah, there's a lot of gold. There's a lot of rare earth. There's a lot of diamond. And I get it, yeah. No, no, no. I mean, it just burbled out while they were still in their ice people phase. That was ginormous dick that points north. It's not even a joke. It's literally like, I'm not kidding. Satellite images would be like, that's a penis. You look at it in any way on the ground, it's a penis. It's a fucking penis. It's there's no real way to fucking hide that it looks very much like a fucking cock and balls. Uh, is there any way to get around that? No. Like, it would take a massive geoengineering fucking project to basically, because it's a huge mountain range now. It extends. Wait, what? Yeah, your entire northern coast of Australia got a mountain range that has a bunch of balls, and then it extends pretty far out. That's a ginormous cock. Which, average size, proportionally speaking. Right, yes. Still fucking huge. You're not kidding, no. No. I just want to fuck Africa, I guess. With it. Ah! What happened to Africa? It just got cold and it stayed perpetually cold. I'm not even really gonna fuck around. Like, the Sahara got fucking dumped into the ocean or blown off into other areas. What? Yeah, there's no sand anymore. Like, legitimately no sand. Then a lot of glacial water runoff and everything else just dumped into it. But it's near the fucking equator. Yeah, no, there's a whole fucking thing to do with like how the Middle East, yeah, had a whole bunch of yeah, weather systems effectively off its mountain range that would dump back into the along with yeah the ocean currents at that point. Wait, what? Yeah, like the Sahara became a glacial land. Like the whole northern part of Africa and like a good portion of its southern was glacial land. It got cold regardless. Pretty much everywhere else it rained, and there's very little snow. But yeah, unless you're talking about the Sahara, no kidding. Uh, a lot of farmland opened up. A lot of places that used to be desert ain't desert anymore. It has a bunch of beautiful landscape. They happen to turn into a great amount of continuation of rainforest extension. This horror is gone, but it means it's now a rainforest area. Yeah, a lot of places got a lot better. It just got cold and rainy for a long time. And it hasn't really changed. Really? Yeah, I know. Instead of being a hot, like, freaking 50°C, it's like, 15. Yeah, maybe it gets 20. It's mostly around that 7, though. Ugh. It's cold. See, it's cold and rainy now. Yeah. You get good wind, you get good rain, you get good sunshine. Great for farming. Great for letting the extension of the rainforest happen. Right? Good stuff. Now, that's the thing with New Zealand, though, because New Zealand is its own fucking. Like, the Arctic, the Antarctic, right, circle extends into New Zealand. And same thing with the southernmost tip of South America. So, no, goddamn bastard. They're both connected to the Antarctic. You can drive from New Zealand to South Africa. No, South America. South America. There you go. Did they try and take the land or something? No. No, it just hasn't ever gone away. Like, the southern part of New Zealand is always frozen now. It's not fun. No. But the northernmost part, nice. Moderate, temperate, all that. They were talking about the 10-year thing. Super good stuff. It's great. Really? Yeah, no, it's like 20, 15. You get down to like maybe that's 7, you know? But, yeah. It's like pretty good, yeah. It's sometimes it's really humid, sometimes it's not. You get good rain. Don't go over to the southern though because it's a huge. Right here is the cutoff. Like this is glacial. There's a slight degree of maybe not, and then you get all the rest of your stuff. Oh, great. Ooh, God. Then winter it can freeze during the winter. It can snow. Yeah, yeah. It can be pretty rainy. It can be pretty freezy. It can be pretty snowy. All that kind of thing. Yeah, that's about it. Huh. That's about it. Like it's pretty much the same as it once was. It's just slightly colder, slightly rainier. Snows a little more sometimes. It's a little bit more humid. Just a little bit more some stuff. That's not bad. Yeah, I thought so. South America is effectively a glacial. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, the southern fucking tip. God. Oh no. That goes. It extends pretty far in. Yeah. Like Brazil, the southern part of Brazil has issues with being a glacial area. Yeah. I got the I hate you too. Yeah. The Andes go away. You know what? You're fucking cold and you stupid bitch. You still wear a jacket all the time. Yeah, that makes sense though for what it's worth. Yeah. Yeah, no, that would suck. There isn't much else there though. Really? But you still got a rainforest. It's still mostly like sticking around as rainforest. That's nice. Yeah, no, the rainforest is good. I like the rainforest. It's still sunny in the right places. You still got good farmland and all that. You know? Yeah. But then it's about a 200 mile in, yeah, from like the southernmost tip of Brazil. Like where it's kind of glacial at that 50 or 200 mile. The 50's for sure. The 100 is for sure. 150 starts kind of tapering off. And that's where that latitude or longitude or latitude, whichever one it is basically going to be at across the board now for any and all countries that are around there. Meanwhile, me in Arizona have the nice moderate temperate climate that's always good and nothing ever really has any issues with anything being too hot, anything being too cold. It's nice or windy or any of it. Yeah. It's a good place here. Yeah, same thing in New Mexico too. What about Utah? Yeah, Utah could be better. It's not as good as Arizona. California? California can get pretty fucking cold. The Pacific Ocean got really cold. So negative 80 C is like the coldest it'll get. And it'll snow. It'll snow so fucking much. Instead of rain, it's so much snow. It's the worst, it's so much snow. I like the snow. The snow is great, yeah, no, I love the snow. Until it blankets like a fucking 10-meter deep fucking goddamn amount of snow. So, it's good snow though, we need the snow. Oh, we need that snow. Oh, do we? Do we need that snow? It's good, we need the snow. Okay, you need the snow. Alright, I'm not sure what you're gonna use it for. It's like 30 fucking feet of snow. Oh, is that amount of snow? Yeah, no. Good old fucking 30 feet of snow. Holy shit. Oh, God, yeah. It's not fluffy either. No, I know. It's like flaky and melty and like not very delicate because it likes to slosh a lot. Yeah. And then freeze often. Yeah, right the fuck everywhere. It's the worst. We need the snow though. Oh, we need snow. We need snow so much. Why? Because they have very fast winds, and if they didn't have the snow, they'd have to deal with those winds in a much worse way.